Well, we are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there. Well, we got a Tuesday edition of the show where we get you ready for the Eagles and the Buccaneers, 2-3-0 teams. Some news out of both teams today. I'll have it for you coming up. Plus, you'll hear from Vic Fangio at 2:45 today on the Sports Bash. Plus, Kevin Patullo at 3:30 because he's getting questioned a lot about the lack of aggressiveness in the offense. Drew Brees this morning said the Eagles' offense is the most boring offense in the NFL. Is he right? And can they win like that? We'll get into it all, plus the Phillies mailbag. They have a series starting with the Marlins tonight. It's their second-to-last series of the season against the Marlins, and then this weekend they play the Twins? I think they close the season out with the Twins this weekend at Citizens Bank Park. Casey Joyner, one thought every game. The Nuggets, Adam Caplan has football at 4. The unsportsmanlike moment of the day. We're jam-packed on a Tuesday. How's everybody feeling? Text board is open, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. So no Phils last night. Watched the Monday Night Football game. And honestly, I left that game thinking, wow, are the Lions for real and the Ravens not very good? What is the deal with the two teams that we saw last night? You know, the NFL is a league where it's very week to week, we know, but we do feel like even in the week to week nature of the league, we have a feel of who some of these teams are. Many people think the Ravens are top Super Bowl contenders. Vegas did. And many people looked at the Lions after week 1. I mean, they got Rochambeau'd by Minnesota. And here 2 weeks later, do we feel differently about the Ravens? Do we feel differently about the Lions? You know, we take a look at the Super Bowl odds. And right now, the Ravens were the favorites until last night. And they are 1-2 all of a sudden. We'll do who's in and who's out a little bit later. Are the Ravens even in? The odds have changed a little bit. Buffalo is the favorite. The Ravens are still – think about this. The Ravens are plus 600. Philadelphia is plus 750. Green Bay plus 750, then the Lions. So the Lions have made a move up here. What was the takeaway from the game last night? Did you look at those two teams and say this season just took a turn? Because I'm watching that game last night, and if you thought the Ravens were a Super Bowl team and you watched that game last night and you're Philadelphia, you said that team can't stop the run at all. I mean, they're horrible defensively. Horrible. And then if you're watching it from the other avenue, are you saying to yourself, man, Philadelphia is going to have problems with that Detroit team? They played down the road. You know, we said yesterday on the show, I think the Rams are the next best NFC team. McMullen likes Green Bay. Is Detroit better than Green Bay and Los Angeles? Are the Lions the biggest challenger in the National Football Conference? It definitely was like, I'm watching that game last night, and they've got weapons all over the place. And one of the problems in the first week was their offense didn't look very diverse. Last night, Montgomery, Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jamison Williams, Sam Laporta. I mean, they're chucking it all over the yard last night. All of a sudden, do you watch that game and think, man, this Lions team is definitely a force to be reckoned with? They had how many sacks last night? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Jeez, they felt like they were constantly all over Lamar Jackson last night. And after they scored 13 points in the opener in that loss to the Packers, the Lions offense has 90 combined points, beating the Bears and the Ravens. It's the most points they've had over a 2-game span since 1962, Ben Johnson. Hello? Gibbs, Montgomery, and Amon-Ra St. Brown all scored last night. Gibbs and Montgomery both scored twice on the ground. And you look at that, it's the third Lions duo each with multiple rushing touchdowns in a game since the 30s. So they had it going last night. I mean, this was like a historic night last night for them. And the Ravens, they had no answer for the Lions' running game last night. 224 yards on the ground. It's the most yards they have given up on the ground since 2017. And you take a look at where they did the damage, this is what made the game so interesting last night. Because they had 207 yards between the tackles. They lost Frank Ragnow, and many people thought that was going to be the biggest problem in their offense, the center going out. They had 207 yards between the tackles last night. That's the most yards a team has gained between the tackles, the Lions have gained since this stat has started in 2006. So they had an epic, historic night all over last night. The Ravens last night gave up multiple 90-plus yard touchdown drives. Do we have to look at the Lions a little differently if you're an Eagles fan? 609-403-0973. You had a fumble last night from Derrick Henry, very uncharacteristic, but he has now fumbled, 3 times in this season? Lamar Jackson able to make a couple plays last night through the air, but he was 11 of 16 for 201 yards and 2 touchdowns on passes thrown 10 or more yards down the field. He was 9 of 10 for 142 yards and 2 touchdowns when the Lions blitzed him last night. He was 7 of 8 for 104 yards and a touchdown on play-action passes. So Lamar Jackson did make plays last night, but was he a factor in why they lost that game last night? Do you look at Lamar and do you look at that Baltimore team and just say, I don't care what that team does, I just won't buy into them? And we're going to hear from Evan Cohen, our unsportsmanlike moment of the day, coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, because he makes a comparison to the Ravens that you're going to want to hear. What else last night stood out about that game? I thought the fact that the Lions defense, I know the score was, they gave up a lot of points in the game, but I thought they harassed Lamar Jackson and just hit him and sacked him and just absolutely frustrated him all night long. The Lions defense, which I don't know what you think of the Lions defense. Where is the Lions defense in the pantheon of defenses? But I'm watching that game as I generally do. When I watch a game, I look at opponent. Lions play the Eagles. Lions NFC. How do we stack up against this team right here? And the way you stack up against that Lions team that you saw last night, they had 7 sacks of Lamar Jackson last night. That's a problem. Their defense did give up 30 points, the Lions defense last night, but I don't know. That Lions team definitely entered the pantheon of teams that I think can win a Super Bowl. That's my takeaway from last night's game, is the Lions are a team that I think can win a Super Bowl.
See, I had a different takeaway. I took away from it that the Ravens are not as good as we thought they were, because this is a Ravens team that we came into the year thinking they're going to have a dominant offense. They're going to have a really great defense.
Well, they did score 30 points last night.
Well, the defense looks like they can't stop anybody.
Defense is not very good.
And this is now 3 straight weeks that they've had troubles defensively. And now you're seeing an offensive line for the Ravens that's having trouble protecting their quarterback. 7 sacks allowed last night. And you just brought up the stats. It wasn't because Lamar was holding the ball for 10 million years. It was because Matt Pryor apparently left the Eagles and went to play for the Ravens last night.
Well, they didn't protect 7 sacks. They had trouble. Now, the Derrick Henry fumble is an issue. I mean, that's the 3rd time, and that's a factor in the game.
Right. It is a factor, but I do think that the Ravens got some problems that they got to fix.
They do, and I think when you look at the Ravens, the other thing with them that is constantly a problem for them is they don't have that number 1 wide receiver that can stretch the field for them. It's always where Mark Andrews is the main guy. Bateman just hasn't been the guy. Zay Flowers, I couldn't get the ball to last night. But they consistently have just tried to get these cast-off guys who used to be number 1 picks someplace else, or took a guy in the first round.
Or they sign a guy like Odell Beckham Jr. when he's too old, or DeAndre Hopkins when he's past his prime.
Yeah, they just have not been able to get that young weapon for Lamar Jackson. And, ultimately in the end, it's like Donovan McNabb. And these receivers are better than what McNabb had.
Correct.
But if you gave Lamar Jackson T.O. in his prime or gave him a receiver of today's world in his prime, would that change the dynamics for them in this whole Ravens
100%.
situation?
100%. Because look at what A.J. Brown did for the Eagles years ago. Jalen Hurts was solid in 2021. When he got A.J. Brown, that's when he had the MVP runner-up year. And I'm not saying Lamar needs that to be an MVP, but because he's won, 3 MVPs at this point, Lamar? But the point is that if you want to win a championship, there is an obvious hindrance for this team. And that is when the biggest games come along, your quarterback is throwing the guys who should not be number one options.
2 MVPs, by the way.
2 MVPs, okay.
3
Still,
All-Pros.
He hasn't been able to win in the postseason, and a large part of that is because when they get to the postseason, this offense basically sputters and runs out of steam because other teams figure them out.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. It's, last night he's 21 of 27, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. He did get sacked 7 times. He only ran 7 times for 35 yards, so he didn't have a big night with his legs last night. We're looking at that team as a Super Bowl contender, and you wonder, okay, they're just a playoff team, not a Super Bowl team. There's like wild card team. Now, that team, I think in that division, and we'll do who's in, who's out, 5:30 tonight, but I think in that division, they're still the best team, which
is not saying much.
Is not saying much. Although Cleveland beat Green Bay this week. Pittsburgh looked much better defensively this week.
I got to say, though, how much of that win was Cleveland beating Green Bay or Green Bay beating themselves? Because Green Bay had some pretty poor errors in that game.
Got to be able to you got to be able to capitalize on the errors,
Green Bay is a team that we always think of as an offensive juggernaut because of who their head coach is.
Here's some breaking news, by the way.
Is it about a safety?
It is not about a safety. It's just it's baseball related, actually.
Because there's some NFL news.
Okay, I'll hear that in a second. According to Major League Baseball, starting next season, they will use the automated ball strike challenge system. Each team will get 2 challenges and keep them if they're successful. Challenges can be only initiated by the pitcher, catcher, or batter, and the request must come right after the pitch. To signal the challenge, the pitcher, catcher, or batter will tap his hat or helmet to let the umpire know. No help from the dugout or other players on the field is allowed. In extra innings, a team will be awarded a challenge if it has none remaining entering the inning. The ABS challenge system is powered by T-Mobile 5G network. It uses cameras set up around the perimeter of the field to track the location of each pitch with a graphic on the scoreboard shows the result of the challenge. So the ABS challenge system is coming to baseball next year.
Does it really have a sponsor?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Powered by T-Mobile 5G network.
I'm going to leave that one alone.
I know that's a big story because so many people, it's just weird that it just came down on a random Tuesday at the last week of the season.
Now, I thought that the Players Association had to agree to this if it was going to happen. Or am I misunderstanding the rule for this?
Maybe they did. It didn't say one way or the other this is just it was a tweet from MLB, so I'm imagining that MLB.
It's pretty official.
Oh, it's everywhere. I mean, my whole timeline.
Well, my timeline has this news, Mike.
Yeah, what's the safety news?
The Houston Texans have released C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Wow. What happened there?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because as of right now, all it is just Houston is parting ways with them after 3 games.
Huh.
I'm trying to find more information for you, but I have multiple people reporting that on my timeline.
Okay, real quick. I'm going to flip back to the ABS. Major League Baseball announced the automated ball strike challenge system has been approved for Major League play by a vote of the Joint Competition Committee. The competition committee is comprised of 6 owners, 4 active players, and 1 active umpire. Was created as part of the current collective bargaining agreement negotiated between MLB and the Players Association.
So this is the group that the Players Association and the owners put together to come up with this. Okay,
so
got
it
So
says
is
MLB has
both.
extensively tested the use of the ABS in AAA since 2022, in addition to spring training and the All-Star game. The final design of the system, including moving to the ABS challenge format, is a result of significant feedback from players, coaches, front office staff, umpires, and fans. So it basically goes through how it all works. It says the entire process takes about 15 seconds. So you get 2 challenges. If you win the challenge, you get to keep it. So if you think it's a strike and you tap your hat and the umpire called it a ball, they'll go back and say, it is a strike. You were right. You get another challenge.
Gotcha. By the way, I got more news on the C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing.
Okay, let's flip back to that.
Okay, so reports are coming out of Houston. So Aaron Wilson, who covers the NFL, but he's based out of Houston, says C.J. Gardner-Johnson was released after there was friction behind the scenes with him complaining about his role. About him wanting the team to blitz more. League sources say that Johnson had even been communicating that he wanted to be traded. It didn't work out for him to be traded. Now he's getting released. According to other reports, he was also very critical of his teammates. He had been complaining about his role in his playing time, and it became more and more frequent as the weeks went on.
You know what's interesting? That is not one place on my timeline. We must follow like way different people. I did see it now. Diana Rossini.
But yeah, so apparently C.J. Gardner-Johnson was such a malcontent in Houston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hashtag yes or no.
No.
Just saying.
Dude,
people were like, you got to bring him back. You got to bring him back.
I sat through that Pivot podcast when they were talking to him. That is an individual who does not live in reality with the rest of us. Like, the things that he was telling Ryan Clark and those guys on that pod, like, I was, like, uncomfortable watching some of his answers. Like, the way he was describing things about how things went down in Philadelphia. And, so you know how he got thrown out of the game last year, right?
Yeah.
The way he described that game, I was like, I remember texting Earnshaw, and I was like, did you watch this? And he's like, yeah, wow. I'm like, let me get this straight. I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson played a different game than we all watched. Because the way C.J. describes things that happened in Philadelphia last year, nobody else described this. So to me, I think that young man has a disconnect with reality.
Probably, yeah. I wouldn't want to bring him back. I think you got Makuba. He looks like he's handling the role, and, you might take a little bit of lumps here and there because of his youth, but so far you haven't had big problems with the safety position. I know most people don't want to bring C.J. Gardner-Johnson back, but it was surprising when he did get traded.
And it's surprising he gets released after 3 weeks of the season.
Yes, that is,
I couldn't even tell you the last time a guy of that caliber got cut so early in the year without, like, a legal problem.
Yeah, I mean, normally, it's something that happened off the field or something. The
Right.
fact that this is just, hey, it doesn't seem like they're on the same page. And by the way, they're 0-3, so you figure, you know what? Let's make an example of somebody.
Yeah, maybe he is the problem in the locker room. Maybe part of the reason.
Well, I think we knew that.
Right.
I think there's a reason he's not here anymore.
That's true.
Yeah. All right, so we got a lot happening. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson released by the Texans. Major League Baseball has announced that starting next season, they will have the automated ball strike zone, Now, Jose Perez is watching on the YouTube channel. He says, bye-bye human umps. Well, that's not necessarily true. The human umpires will still call the balls and strikes. It is now that they can just be challenged. So the umpire's still there. This isn't like, what league is it where the umpire stands there, but they don't make any of the calls?
Oh, is it the Atlantic League?
I think there is a league where literally every pitch is just basically the umpire stands there. There's a microphone in his ear,
yeah,
and they just say that was a ball or that was a strike. But the human umpires are still going to be a big part of MLB.
Oh, I can't wait for this. I can't wait for the moment that they start challenging these calls and these umpires end up being wrong. How do those conversations go?
You only get 2, unless you get it right. Now, that would be sad.
My point.
If you're just challenging all night long.
And you keep getting them right.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine that?
Can
you imagine if somebody being like, yo, challenge this like 5 times in a row, they get it right?
Vic Fangio in about 20 minutes. Kevin Batula at 3:30 today. And it looks like some big injury news in Tampa Bay. More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, be a part of the show. And don't forget, tonight, Flyers hockey returns to the airwaves. The Flyers take on the Canadiens, and you can listen to all the action right here on your home for Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN. 226 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? We are busy this week. Tomorrow we're live at Maynard's in Margate. Hopefully you can stop out and see the show live on location. We'll be at Maynard's in Margate tomorrow. We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Eagles-Giants game, Thursday Night Football at MetLife Stadium, live at Maynard's tomorrow for a live Sports Bash. Come on out and see the show at Maynard's in Margate. The Sports Bash on Thursday, of course, we're at Chickies and Pete's in Atlantic City, as we are each and every Thursday. And on Friday, we will be live at The Roost at Harbor Pines in Egg Harbor Township for the Ryder Cup, the opening of the Ryder Cup weekend. That's always an awesome event, and they're going to have all sorts of stuff going on out there for a happy hour Friday live at The Roost. So stop out and see the Sports Bash somewhere this week. Wednesday, Maynard's. Thursday, Chickies and Pete's. Friday at The Roost. The Sports Bash live on location at Mike Gill Show. You can watch the show on the X platform, YouTube, and, of course, text the show at 609-403-0973. Got a lot of news happening. Glenn in Absecon chimes in, says MLB needs to implement the ABS system immediately. Watching umpires butcher the strike zone on a nightly basis is completely unacceptable. MLB needs the ABS system to call the whole game. Tennis uses an automated system, and the game has never run smoother. I hope the MLB realizes how much better the game can be without the human element in this regard. Well, Glenn, you know and I know that's not going to happen. They're not going to put it in immediately. Obviously, they just announced it will be happening starting next season. But I do think this is a byproduct of the ineptitude of these umpires on a night-to-night basis. Every single night you have problems. Now, a guy like Walker Buehler was asked last week about it, and he said he does not want the ABS system. Glenn, I think that's the one thing that you have to take into account here. There's a lot of pitchers who do not want this because they're crafty enough to understand what they can and cannot get from the umpire. And you might say, well, I don't care about those guys. I'm just saying, but that's what they're fighting against here. You got established pitchers who are saying, no. I don't want the ABS system into place because I know that I can get a half an inch off the plate, and then if I'm nibbling on that corner and you're giving it to me, and now all of a sudden I'm not getting that pitch, then I don't want the ABS system. So I know to the fans, we're saying, I don't care. I want every pitch called correctly. And these pitchers are saying, I don't know if I want this ABS system all the time. Sometimes I might, not all the time. I think the ABS system obviously makes sense. The only issue I have ever said I have with it, I don't think it's consistent. I don't think we look at that thing on the screen, that box on the screen, and I don't know that box is the same size for Jose Altuve that it is for Aaron Judge. Like, they're not making the box bigger and smaller and adjusting that box there. And then you got some pitches where they show the baseball touching the line, but the whole ball is outside the line, but it's literally grazing the line. Is that a strike or is that a ball? I mean, how do they determine if it's any part of the ball touching the line? Does that count as a strike or is it not a strike? You're acting like this ABS system's not going to cause problems because I think that will now cause issues.
I think where I would draw the line, though, is that we don't know for sure that the box they use on television could be the exact same box they use for the ABS system. So for all we know there, the box might be a little bit different. You know, I know there's different television boxes as well. Some of them are one-dimensional. Some of them are three-dimensional.
Well, the one like the Phillies use, for instance, they do that thing with the StatCast.
Right.
And they show the automated 3D baseball, and it comes in, and they kind of flip the screen around so they show it to you from the hitter's perspective. And sometimes that ball is like outside the box.
Correct.
But it's literally grazing the line. Is that a strike?
I would hope not.
There's many times when I see that, I'm like, if that was an ABS, is that a strike?
And again, that's where it goes back to we don't have all the answers of how it's going to work right now. I think the problem with Walker Buehler's comment, though, Mike, is it goes back to the conversation we had last week. Just because Walker Buehler knows how to do that, how many times have we said pitchers don't pitch anymore? They're just throwers, a lot of them. So if the majority of these guys are not actual pitchers, then how many of those guys are really going to suffer because of this?
Yeah, Walker Buehler, is a veteran pitcher, and he is a guy that said, I actually have the audio here that we can play for you. This is Walker Buehler talking about, he was asked the question regarding the ABS system and whether or not he would be a fan of the ABS system. And everybody would imagine, I would think, that it would be second nature that, yeah, of course, I'm a pitcher. I want these strikes to go my way. But here is what Walker Buehler had to say when asked about this. This was before his first start with the Phillies.
Did you like the ABS?
No, I don't.
What about it did you like?
I think it's inaccurate. I think most of the stadiums, it's not even actually on the plate. I think it shifts certain directions in certain ballparks. I think the human element is a huge part of this game. I think starting pitchers that have pitched for a long time deserve certain parts of the plate that other guys don't get. When I got to the big leagues, I didn't get every part of the zone that other guys did, and I think that's part of our game and should be. I think the punishment for challenging something that's clearly a strike is not big enough. I could kind of go on. I think the ABS system in general is a very good idea. I don't think we have any idea where to put it on the plate. I don't think we have any idea how to function it correctly in terms of the angles of ballparks. I don't think the umpires unions are going to be very happy about it. So there's a lot of negatives about the ABS.
All right, so there's Walker Buehler. He laid out a bunch of different things there. He said, flat out, I don't like it. And why? Well, I don't think it's accurate. He said every stadium, it's not going to be in the same spots because of the way the stadiums are kind of all different. So his big concern is that it will not be accurate.
And I understand that, but how do we know that? Like, how do we know that between now and next year they're not going to fix some of these problems that there are concerns right
Well,
now?
I would think that they're going to have to, but here's the thing. They've been doing this since 2022 at the minor league level.
Right.
And they did it in spring training.
Yep.
And you would think they took from 2022 to now 2026 to get to the point where they would say, we think we have it perfected.
Right.
Because if it's not perfected, all the things that Walker Buehler said would be accurate.
Absolutely. And that's why I'm a little less worried about Walker Buehler's concerns, and I'm more concerned about what I mentioned before the break. If you get somebody who's going to challenge it 5, 6, 7 times, and they get them all right in a row, we're talking about speeding up the game. Could that delay the game?
Well, it said it should take about 15 seconds. No, I was at a game in spring training where they had the automated ball strike thing in Dunedin this year, and you didn't even really know what was going on. It happens so seamlessly.
I was going to say, so you guys who are in the stands, you have no idea what's going on, or?
Yeah, because a lot of times, so the guy throws a pitch, you might call it a ball, and then somebody taps their hat, and then all of a sudden out in the outfield and center field, they'll basically put up on they'll show the pitch.
So the big screen will have a graphic, so the people watching the game can see what the ABS is looking at, I guess you would say?
Yeah, they would show basically a version of what NBC Philadelphia shows, the strike zone with where that pitch went, and then whether or not it got overruled or not. I mean, it's a pretty quick and seamless situation. But Buehler's other point there is that he believes that as a veteran pitcher that he has the right to get more strike calls than some young guy. Are we okay with that?
No. Because now what you're doing is you're taking away the fairness of the game and saying that because I have 10 years experience that I deserve a call more than somebody else. Everyone should get the call. Not just because you're 10 years in the league.
Right,
or
that's
whatever.
just been sports forever, right? The young guy in basketball doesn't get the call that Michael Jordan gets.
Yeah, but just because something's been around forever doesn't make it right.
I'm just saying, but that's been sports for years. You work your way to earning a spot to get that call based on your performances and what you've become. Are we okay with that being basically no longer a part of sports?
I'm okay with it. I think we live in a world now where we just want the call to be right. we don't care about the other stuff anymore.
Ray in EHT is listening on the app, and he says, I don't like the idea of the ABS system. I think human error is what makes the game, and you get bad beats and you get good ones with the human error. I mean, yeah, I definitely hear what he's saying. Like, the whole human element of it has been a huge part of especially baseball, all the sports. I mean, the officiating in these sports have been so scrutinized over the year with gambling and all that stuff that, as people become more and more and more fanatical about things, everybody wants every call right. Now, I do hear what Walker Buehler's saying, and you're saying, like, hey, I'm a pitcher. I know what I'm doing, and I would like to have the benefit of the doubt that I have a career that allows me to nibble on the corner a little bit there.
I appreciate where Walker Buehler is coming from, but just because something has been around forever doesn't make it right.
No, it doesn't. But I'm just saying that has been kind of like a, you have a guy like Roy Halladay. He knew what he can get. He knew how far he could go.
Sure.
And the guys that took advantage of that.
But I would say, how many of those guys exist anymore?
Not many.
Exactly. So what you're doing is you can't not change the rule just because it might impact Walker Buehler when it might be a positive for like 80%.
Well, there's
of
a
the
lot
other
of guys.
pitchers.
I mean, Aaron Nola would be a guy that I think benefits from. He would probably get hurt with the ABS now.
Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe
he's
it'll
a
help
guy
him.
that is more of a pitcher, more of a guy who relies on spotting his pitches more so than anything. But that's the big news today in baseball. Breaking news just came down moments ago that the ABS system will be in place for Major League Baseball starting next season. You will have the ABS system in baseball. When we come back on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, we are jam-packed today. You're going to hear from Vic Fangio, the Eagles' defensive coordinator, on this matchup against Baker Mayfield and the Buccaneers, who have a historic start to their season. I'll explain coming up next, plus Vic Fangio, the Eagles' defensive coordinator, speaks. Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag at 3 o'clock. All that and more on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, welcome back, Sports Bash. You're going to hear from Vic Fangio in just a second. We told you the Buccaneers' 3-0 start has been a historic start for them. All three of their wins this season have come on game-winning scores in the final minute of the fourth quarter. The Bucs are the first team since the merger in 1970 with a game-winning score in the final minute of regulation in each of its first three games. They have a +6 point differential. It's the lowest point differential by a team to start 3-0 in NFL history. How good are the Bucs? You're going to find out this weekend right here on 97.3 ESPN. Right here, right now, is Vic Fangio.
I got to return Thompson's call. He asked who we should put in the lineup tonight.
Vic, what do you think's clicking with the red zone defense from your perspective?
Every trip down there is an adventure in and of itself. We practice a lot, so the game changes when you're in the red zone. It's not a good thing to be in the red zone on defense, but it is a defensive advantage with that in-line being right there. So the game changes, the way the game is played, particularly in the passing game. So we try and get our players used to doing that.
How big do you think it was you got those stops in the red zone Sunday, forced them to kick field goals?
Yeah, it was huge. Just add a four more points to when it was 26-7 and probably a different outcome.
What were the issues on the run defense in the first half?
Yeah, it was, as usual, conglomeration of things. One, could have been in better calls. Two, we could have played what we were in better. They do a good job blocking. Got to give them credit. Their backs ran good. So it was a little bit of everything. How much more? He's doing pretty good right now. Hopefully he'll sustain that and get better. Guys get better the more they play, and he's still a young player.
Dick, how do you feel Quinyon did shadowing Devontae and handling that responsibility?
I think he did fine. Obviously, he's a hard guy to cover. They had two really good receivers. So I think he did fine. When you're matching guys, it's not as easy as you think it is. There's the gymnastics of getting lined up, playing the call. Where did you end up on the previous play? How far away from the action were you? And you got to get back, get the call. It's everybody thinks it's easy, but it's not. And I think he's done a good job with it.
Aside from just him, how is the defense handling that? Because it's not just him that has to move around.
Yeah, it's the other corner. Yeah, the other corner has the same exact problem. And they've been doing fine with it.
Defensive tackle seems to be one of those positions where it takes time to potential is fully realized for an NFL player. Do you have a thought on that position specifically, why it takes, it could take a few years?
Yeah, I don't know that it's, you can make a blanket general statement like that. To me, it's more the individual than the position. But it's different. I think one of the biggest differences between college and pro football is this is a man's game. The run game is more downhill than it is in college football. Generally speaking, some of the offensive linemen are veterans. Most teams have a lot of veteran O-linemen. They know how to play. They're older. And it's vastly different from college football.
Going back to Q a little bit, traveling, is that sort of an X and Z thing? If do the receivers have to stay outside, or are you comfortable if they move inside as well? In the slot. So if the receiver,
Yeah,
or
outside.
just outside?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of these depth corners, whether it's
What's that?
for some of the depth corners, whether it's Keely Ringo, Mac McWilliams, are they able to make strides when they're on scout team, or?
Yes, they are.
And have you seen anything from them in the past few weeks that would demonstrate improvement from training camp?
Yeah, I've told Keely here recently, not in the last few days, but since the end of camp, he's going to get his opportunity at some point. and he got to be ready.
How did you feel before he played that when he came in? He obviously went after him quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't know how many snaps did he have? I know you know.
Well, it was 11 or 12.
11 or 12?
12.
Yeah, he got some action, obviously. Thought he had some good plays. You know, one time we were rolled up to him, and I think it was the first play of the 2-minute drive, and had a nice play, broke up the pass down the sideline. So I think he did fine.
Getting back to what you just said about Keeley, how was he handled? Obviously, he was disappointed at the end of camp. He didn't win that job. How was he handled, and what gives you the confidence that, you know, at some point he'll be out there?
I think he's handled it very well. Hadn't affected his role as a special teamer, which he's one of the top ones in the league. And I think he knows that eventually he'll get a shot, for some reason whatsoever, and he'll be ready.
Have you historically had safety rotations, and if not, why do you feel it necessary to do it this year?
No, historically, no. We started that way in the first game just because Makuba, you know, was coming off injury. You know, Sydney was having a good camp, so we just wanted to split it that way. And we've kind of kept it that way, but doesn't mean that's the way it will be all the time.
In an ideal world, would you rather have just two static players back?
I mean, that's usually the way it works out. I don't know that ideal is the right way to frame that, but that's usually the way it works out.
For Jalen Carter playing 91% of the defensive snaps, 9 special team snaps, are you seeing strides how you want as far as the conditioning?
Yeah, he's obviously the more he plays, the better conditioning he'll get into. So yes.
What are the Bucs? What do they do well, and why did you struggle against them last year?
Well, they're very balanced. They run it good. They throw it good. They got really good receivers. The quarterback is playing really good. He's a scrambler. He scrambled, I think, 11 times this year for close to 120 yards already. You know, so that's always an issue. I've always liked Mayfield. I think he's a good quarterback. Why these teams that had him didn't keep him, I don't know. But GMs make mistakes, you know, just like coaches do. I've always liked Mayfield. And their backs run hard and good, you know, so they got balance.
And the second part of that was, you know, why did you struggle against them last year?
We just didn't play good, and they did, and they took it to us.
They made you tackle, and I think tackling was an issue from what I recall.
In that game?
Yeah, early on. How do you feel like it's been so far this season to tackle?
It hadn't been terrible. You know, I thought we were very good in the second game. Can't remember the first game now. I move on.
Yeah, I get it.
We heard your opinion on heat in the summertime during training camp. Obviously, it's going to be hot down in Tampa. You guys are leaving early to adjust for it. How might the heat impact your rotations, and how do you go about planning for that earlier in the week?
Well, it's too late to do anything right now for it, as far as prepping for it. You don't practice in the heat one day and say you're acclimated, or take a pill and say you're acclimated. The key will be, I mean, it's a mindset, number one. Number two, you know, we need to not let them have 8, 10, 12 play drives on us.
Do you think going early is going to benefit you guys in any way?
I don't know.
What factored into going lighter on edge rushers with the inactives especially?
We had 4, right?
You had Patrick Johnson was down. He had been up the previous 2 games, and then the 2 veteran guys were down as well.
Yeah, to me, that's one that's always going to be fluid, either having 4 or 5. If we go down to 3, then you got a valid question.
Fair enough.
Although we played an entire season once when I was in San Francisco with just 3 active.
What do you think of the pass rush as a whole? Because Stafford's going to get the ball out on time, so often it doesn't show up on the stat sheet. But what do you think of that?
Yeah, I didn't think the lack of pass rush was an issue in the game. You know, like you said, he gets it out fairly quick. We had some good heat at times. We could have run a stunt or 2 better than we did. But yeah, we didn't have any. Well, we had 1, but I don't think that's reflective of the pass rush overall.
All right, there's Vic Fangio giving you a little bit on the pass rush there at the end. We talked about it yesterday. They only ran third down and 6, 3 plays, third down and 6 or more 3 times in the game. So hard to kind of get a feel of what the pass rush was yesterday. But some other stuff from Vic Fangio we could touch on a little bit later on in the show. You'll hear from Kevin Batula coming up later on as well here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Phil's tonight, by the way, it's Christopher Sanchez getting the start up against the Florida Marlins. And tonight at 7 o'clock right here on 97.3 ESPN, it's Flyers preseason hockey. Yes, the Flyers getting ready for their season, taking on the Canadiens. You can hear the game with all the action. Tim Saunders and Todd Fedoruk on the call at 7 o'clock on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, Frank Klose's Phillies Mailbag. It's the final regular season edition of the Mailbag. Next. All right, 3 o'clock Sports Bash this hour is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907. Online at broadleys.net. Phillies tonight, final Tuesday regular season mailbag for you here on the Sports Bash. We'll have Kevin Petula's presser coming up in about 25 minutes from now, so stick around for that. Phils and Marlins tonight. Christopher Sanchez gets the start for Philadelphia, and they'll take on the Marlins team, who, by the way, is not mathematically eliminated from the playoffs quite yet. They are not out of this thing. I mean, I would imagine that they're not going to be a playoff team, but they are not mathematically eliminated from the playoffs. Been a pretty good season for the Marlins considering the expectations. Edward Cabrera pitches tonight for Florida and or Miami. And Christopher Sanchez will go for Philadelphia. Phillies mailbag with Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com. Of course, covers the Phillies as they get ready for the final week of the season, the final homestand of the season. But it will not be, hopefully, the end of the Phillies at home this year, as they hope to have home baseball games all the way through the month of October, as Red October is almost here. Frank, what's going on, man? How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you, Mike?
We're doing good, and obviously, final week of the season here. So for all the people out there, Phillies did not play last night, and who maybe, this is the time of the year where sometimes the Phillies get a little lost in the sauce with the Eagles taking over, and the Phillies are 12 games up in the division. What is their magic number to clinch that number 2 seed and get a bye in the first round?
Just 2 at this point, Mike. So any combination of Phillies wins or Dodgers losses, I think that's pretty reasonable. They're going to get that. I think the Dodgers aren't going to win out and the Phillies lose out. But just one of each. One Phillies win and one Dodgers loss, or 2 Phillies wins or 2 Dodgers losses, the Phillies get that first seed. So it's looking pretty good.
All right, so that's what you're looking for, at least either 2 wins or 1 win and a Dodger loss, any combination of 2 wins and losses for the Phillies and the Dodgers. The Dodgers lose twice. They cannot catch the Phillies, so keep that in mind here as they get ready to take on the Marlins, and then who they end up with, the Twins this weekend at Citizens Bank Park. And, of course, we'll be keeping an eye on all of that. That is what Jeff asked. Let's get his question. He's watching on YouTube. Are the Phillies locked into the number 2 seed, or do you foresee they could get 1 or 3? It seems pretty evident that they're going to be 2.
Yeah, 2 is probably where they're at. If you look at the numbers, the Phillies are 3 games behind the Brewers. For them to catch up, it would take a whole lot. And I believe the Brewers have the tiebreaker with the Phillies. I believe. So the Phillies would have to basically win, really make up 4 games, and I think that's a big ask with just 6 to go. So I think it's rather unlikely. By the way, the Brewers do have a couple decent opponents the rest of the way. They face the San Diego Padres, who are a wild card team, and then I believe they close up with the Cincinnati Reds, so who are knocking on the door right now of the playoffs. So I think that I say there's an outside chance, but it's not so likely that the Phillies will catch up to the Brewers. But I think the number 2 seed is pretty much a lock. Again, they could lose out and the Dodgers win out, but that's probably not likely either. So I think the Phillies are pretty good in that number 2 seed, and that's where they're going to land.
Yeah, so real quick, the opponent in the 2 seed is the Dodgers and either the Reds, Diamondbacks, or Mets. They are the teams that are involved in that wild card. If you're the 1 seed, it would be the Cubs or the Padres. Which opponents are more advantageous for the Phillies in terms of matchups?
Well, let me say this first and foremost. If you're the Phillies and you want to win the World Series, you better be ready to beat anybody, right? If I had to rank them, I think the Phillies match up pretty well against the Reds. If the Reds squeak into the playoffs, that's not a team I'd worry about. I think the Phillies have shown that they can take care of the Los Angeles Dodgers bullpen in particular. And, if you look at the other teams there, they did okay against the Cubs. That's not really a big, scary opponent. They've done okay against the Padres. Of course, they look a lot different after the trade deadline than they did before. But the only team that really seems to stand out are the Diamondbacks to me. the Arizona Diamondbacks, just their scrappy play of baseball and their speed on the base pass. Now, I will say this too. I mean, the box score showed Ranger Suarez giving up 6 runs, but let's face it, the Phillies didn't have a second baseman, and their second baseman was playing short, so they were weaker in both positions. But I think that they can make some things happen. They put the ball in play. They're fast. The Diamondbacks are the only team that really seems to I would say concern me is the right word, but if the Diamondbacks are able to squeak in, now they're 1 game behind in the wild card standings, but they got to play LA and San Diego. So they've got a really tall task these final 6 games. 3 of them for the Diamondbacks are at home, LA, and then 3 on the road at San Diego. So it's going to come down to the wire, but they probably have a pretty tough path forward to make it to the playoffs. But you saw some glimpses of what the Arizona Diamondbacks still can do, and a lot of it reminiscent of 2023, if we're being honest. The Phillies met their match in the 2023 playoffs in the NLCS there. And I think a lot of that talent, although they've traded some of it away, I think there's still a lot of that talent there and that same mindset. Torey Lovullo, former Philly utility player, now Diamondbacks manager. He plays a very scrappy kind of baseball, and I think the Phillies. I think they could still beat them, but I think they would be the ones that would worry me the most.
Well, if you played the Mets, obviously the whole Citi Field thing would come into play, I guess, and that's still a possibility, although the Mets have fallen out of the playoff spot. The Reds are currently in the wild card. The Mets are out of the wild card. It would be Dodgers-Reds if the playoffs started today. All right, so speaking of the playoffs, let's get into the mailbag here. Katie wants to know, Frank, what would your playoff roster look like? And I guess this is going to go over a variety of ways. I'm kind of intrigued how you answer this because I think everybody has a little variation. Let's see what you have.
Well, I think the 2 areas where you're going to see some question marks really are the pitchers and the bench. For the pitchers, I keep the 4 starters, of course, Sanchez, Suarez, Luzardo, Nola. And then from the bullpen, from the back to the front, you have Duran, Strahm, Robertson, Banks, Kerkering. And then beyond that, I would include Walker Buehler, Tim Meza, Lou Trevino, and Taijuan Walker. I would put Taijuan Walker on the roster.
You're
I realize
13 pitchers.
I'm going with 13, and part of that is honestly just that it's a courtesy for Taijuan Walker, who has look. I know he's not certainly one of the top 4 start, probably not even one of the top 5 starters if we had Buehler in the mix. But I think he's earned it. I think as a courtesy you'd want him there. And when you consider you're not missing much else if you carry an extra bench player, because when I'm looking at the outfielders / infielders there, with Trey Turner back and Edmundo Sosa back, you don't have to worry about Weston Wilson or Otto Kemp trying to play second base. And I would honestly, of the 2, I would keep Weston Wilson on the roster as one of the 6 outfielders. I would include Schwarber, Marsh, Bader. Schwarber, of course, the DH most of the time, but Kepler, Castellanos, and Wilson. I would leave Otto Kemp off. I'd put him on the taxi squad, have him in the dugout. I'd have Garrett Stubbs in the dugout on the taxi squad, and I would have Max Lazar hanging out in the dugout on a taxi squad in case there's an injury along the way. Hopefully not, of course. But the one thing that I would address then is Johan Rojas. I know some people suggested maybe taking him as a pinch runner. And Phillies tailgate. I know you've mentioned Phillies tailgate a few times lately, Mike. They've done some pretty good work putting together stats and stuff, and it's almost 2 feet per second faster that Johan Rojas is against Weston Wilson when you consider their speed, their raw speed. But 2 things at play. One is Rojas came up with a minor injury, and he might not be 100%. But in addition to that, I like Weston Wilson's base running acumen a little bit better. I think Rojas hasn't taken that speed and made it into an effective base runner yet. So I know they've been working on that with him at AAA. But the fact that Wilson can, I mean, we know that the Phillies have 2 injured shortstops at the moment, although that's about to be resolved this week. He can pinch hit, literally pinch hit, but also pinch in on the infield side of things. I liked him better at second base than Otto Kemp watching them in the last week or so. So I think they were not using Walton so that they could figure out which of the 2, Kemp or Wilson, could give them a little bit more in the infield. I think Wilson gives you a little bit more in the infield. So
all right.
I go Wilson.
If they do not keep 13 pitchers, then do they keep Kemp and Wilson?
I think so. I think so. But I like the idea of having more pitching help. A lot of it relates to our next question too about the starting pitchers. But I just like being able to shorten the game if you need to, and I also like if for some reason there happens to be a blowout, you want that back half of the bullpen to bear the load and keep your top relievers sharp. So,
well, one of the things I guess is because it's only a 5-game series. In the past, in this round, they have kept only 12 pitchers the last 2 years.
They have 22. They carried 13. But I mean, again,
22 they carried 13, and the last 2 years they went down to 12.
Yeah, I would personally. It would be a matter to me.
Taijuan Walker is as a courtesy, but they really haven't used Walker out of the bullpen. Like, they've never given him the opportunity really to pitch out of the bullpen. When they've moved them there, it's really been mop-up duty, never like a real role. And this is one of the frustrating things. I said, you got this guy, you keep putting him in the starting rotation, and we all know he's not going to start games come playoff time. So why not find out if he could be a bullpen guy? But they never seem to want to do that. So that's why I wonder if they would use him in any role out of the bullpen in a playoff game.
To me, I think here's the thing. He and Walker Buehler will be redundant. I realize that. But honestly, probably the one that I would take off, if anybody, would be Trevino. And if I did, I'd put him on the taxi squad. But yeah, you're right. I mean, he hasn't really had the opportunity to be in that bullpen. But you know what?
He's had the opportunity. They haven't given him the opportunity.
Well, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
so
they put him in the bullpen, but they've said, you're in the bullpen, but we really don't want to use you there.
Put it this way: when you have that many pitchers and you're in a playoff series that short, you're probably not going to pitch them all. But I'm okay carrying them and just keeping it even throughout.
I know we had a debate on this about a month ago, Nuggets and I, about this. He thinks Walker will make the roster. I don't see that he has any role there. We'll see if they keep 13, then maybe he makes it. Even in that mode, I'd rather keep Lazar. At least he's a guy that they'll go to in bullpen situations, who's pitched in bullpen situations more so than Walker has.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I think Lazar has been very, very helpful, and I think he's done a lot to advance his cause in the future come spring training. I think he's still a little bit unknown in terms of what he's going to give you on any given day. So, but if you get to that part of the bullpen anyway, you're probably in trouble.
You've lost.
Yeah.
Gary wants to know, should the Phillies be worried about Nola heading into the playoffs? And, you take a look at his spot in the rotation, because Rob Thompson did say, well, Nola's never pitched out of the bullpen, so that doesn't seem like an option.
Look, I think he will be one of the 4 starters, but it may be that he doesn't pitch till the NLCS. I don't think they owe him that. But I do think he still might be their best option to start Game 4 of the NLCS, or however it plays out, right? Because if you go 5 games, your pitching rotation is probably not set up the way you want it, because you will have pitched probably Sanchez and Suarez already. But here's the good news. I think we saw a few Wednesdays ago, Nola got blown up before he got an out, and then he proceeded to get through 5 innings worth of outs. But then the last couple starts, think about Kansas City. Fine for about 5 innings, and then when they pushed him into 6, that's where he got into some trouble, right? So what I think the difference is right now is that Aaron Nola you saw these last few starts, they're trying to stretch him back out after being on the injured list for so long. They want him to build his stamina so that he's sharper. You did see some good movement on his balls at times in those games, especially early. So I think you want him in his last start before the playoffs, basically show that he can go a little bit deeper. But then in the playoffs, we just talked about that large bullpen they have. You don't have to stick with him into the 6th. I mean, you could pull him after 4 if you're starting to wonder that he's losing something, and you'll be just fine, because they've got every reliever available for every game pretty much, thanks to those off days throughout the series. So I could see an Aaron Nola in the playoffs getting through 4 or 5, no problem. Would I stretch him into the 6th like it did against Kansas City? Absolutely not. But you've got a bullpen that can jump in and pitch a lot of innings. So, and Walker Buehler's around. If Nola falters early, have a quick hook to see if Walker Buehler can give you a few innings. So they've got some options.
And I thought Walker Buehler threw, he came in and did a nice job in those 2 innings. That third inning, he had a couple of walks there, but he pitched pretty well. I'm very intrigued by how his role kind of evolves through these playoffs here for him. Now, he'll start the game on Thursday against Miami. That will be a Walker Buehler start, not a Taijuan Walker start. They're flip-flopping them this time around. By the way, the lineup is out for tonight's game, and that is brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they can keep your systems running strong year-round. Bader, Schwarber, Bohm, Marsh, Real Muto, Kepler, Wilson, Stott, and Kemp is at first base tonight. No Harper in the lineup, and that's coming off of an off day. No Harper in the lineup. So, I don't know. Are we worried that something's up with Harper here? Is it just, hey, getting 2 days off for the stretch run here because they're going to have a whole week off, you would think, next week? Are you surprised to hear that?
I'm surprised he's off against the righty. That makes me wonder a little bit more about Bryce Harper, that this would be the night he gets off. But I know sometimes people like to give you 2 days in a row so that you feel nice and rested. But at the same time, Kevin Stocker, and I remember this vividly. I was listening to the radio broadcast, and Kevin Stocker pointed out that sometimes the second day off is when things start to tighten up. And so Trey Turner, of course, things tightened up on him and his hamstring almost right after that. So I would just hope that he's still keeping up with his workout, staying hydrated, because you don't want that to happen. But I envisioned, of course, against the Marlins, against the Twins, that you're going to see each of them sort of get a turn to get a day off. And so maybe this was just the day that they felt that it was the best day to give Harper a day. Hopefully that's it. Hopefully it's nothing more than that. Remember, he still had, we talked about his thumb pain. It was a little intermittent, and maybe this was just their way of giving him that rest to make sure that he's in tip-top shape for coming back. So I'm sure they'll get a chance to ask him, though, specifically about Harper. But from all indications it's just simply a rest day.
Okay, well, a couple things here. Bohm is hitting in the 3-hole. Now, Rob Thompson said the other day we might have to move him up, and he's obviously now hitting third, and I'm wondering if that's just because, obviously, Harper. But do you think Bohm moves back to the 4th spot coming up here?
Well, if we're being honest about his play, well, then, yeah. I mean, JT Realmuto slowed down. He was on fire for a while, but Bohm's last 7 games, he's batting .367 with an OPS of over 1. So he's been pretty good. So, hey, ride the hot hand into the playoffs. I would do that. Let's see how he does. Probably hitting 3rd today and then probably 4th the next couple days. And, yeah, if he's the hot hand, ride it.
Obviously, we see that Castellanos is not playing. If you go back to the whole weekend and that whole exchange here, is that resolved? Do we feel that that's going to linger? What do we make of that whole back and forth between him and Rob Thompson? The communication has been questionable over the time he's been here. What do we make of that whole situation?
Just my personal opinion. Generally speaking, Rob Thompson is often lauded for his communication with his players. Could be that Nick just doesn't want to communicate when he's not having when he doesn't agree with something. And you did see that Thompson had to bench him earlier this season. But you know what? For his sake, I hope that he embraces the role he has and rides it into the playoffs. I would imagine Castellanos isn't back next year, but you need to see Kepler against some of these righties, because Kepler's in a little bit of a funk lately. He was so good for a while, but if you look at his last 7 games, he's only batting .143. So he needs some at bats against some righties. I would give him to Kepler, see if you can get him going before you get to the playoffs.
Yeah, I know that you're taking a look at Castellanos. I mean, I said, and I know they're not going to do this, Frank, but I feel that Kemp and Wilson offer more than Castellanos do at this point. I mean, realistically, I know Castellanos is going to get the at-bats against left-handed pitching in the playoffs, but is any one of those, is he significantly better as an offensive player than Wilson or Kemp, or having Rojas on the team as a runner and a extra outfielder? Not for me, but I get it.
Yeah, at this point, I would still favor his experience. Kind of acknowledging that Kemp and Wilson are redundant at this point. But yeah, I think you need to include him. I mean, barring him throwing a temper tantrum and the team asking him to leave, which I don't think is going to happen.
No.
I think he's in there, and you play the matchups like you've been doing, and then hope for the best, but you want him to come in and be clutch in those spots as he quite honestly how he.
We lost you, Frank, there. And, of course, Frank Klose, our Phillies mailbag. We got all the questions in for the mailbag here. We will certainly catch up with Frank throughout the playoffs here on the Sports Bash. By the way, real quick, per Matt Gelb, the Phillies are going to wait a day to activate Edmundo Sosa. He's taking swings against minor league pitchers right now with Trey Turner. Harper just getting a day off, and Otto Kemp is playing first base. But did see some video of Trey Turner taking swings today at Citizens Bank Park. So hopefully Trey Turner is back by the weekend and he can get a couple of live games in. And Edmundo Sosa, keep in mind, he has not played for the Phillies here. And you got Sosa hopefully getting ready to come back possibly tomorrow. And we'll certainly keep our eye on that. But the big story is I say big story, but Bryce Harper's not in the lineup tonight, and of course they had the day off yesterday. But I think the Phillies are strategically trying to find days off for these guys. And now you would say, well, they have all next week to have days off. Well, I think they're just trying to get guys some playing time too, right? They want to keep everybody kind of fresh. They want to kind of get everybody some chances to stay in the lineup. You got Otto Kemp playing first base tonight. He doesn't normally play first base, so. All right, that's your lineup tonight, brought to you by Instant Services. Bader, Schwarber, Bohm, Marsh, Real Muto, Kepler, Wilson, Stott, and Kemp. Christopher Sanchez goes. The one interesting thing is Bohm. Will he move back to the 4-hole when the lineup is back to normal? Will it be Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Marsh, Bader? They got Bader hitting in the 6-hole. Real Muto now down to the 7-hole under that configuration. And then you would have whoever is in right field, Kepler or Castellanos hitting 8th, and then Stott hitting 9th. I mean, that's a lineup you can kind of live with, right? If you got Real Muto hitting 7th, the right fielders in the 8-hole, and Bryson Stott hitting 9, Real Muto hitting 7. You've had Real Muto hitting in the 4-hole for like a month and a half here now. So that would definitely add some length to the lineup here. Now, you might, on the flip side, say, I'm not all that thrilled with Alec Bohm hitting in the 4-hole again.
Yeah, I think the problem is that because you don't have a defined 4-hole hitter, you have to get creative with the rest of the lineup. So now you're starting to treat the 9-hole like it's more valuable because now you're looking at the 9-hole as the guy who's going to be in front of Turner.
Well, you would have your 7, 8, 9. Like, listen, as tough as we are on Castellanos and stuff, you could have a guy hitting in the 8-hole be a lot worse.
Sure. I keep asking the question, do the Phillies look at the 9-hole now as the guy who's going to set the table ahead of Turner when the lineup flips over? Is that part of the conversation maybe? It's
funny. Jeff Kerr just tweeted this out. He asked Harrison Bader his favorite part about batting leadoff, and he said hitting in front of Kyle Schwarber. But keep that in mind, like how that has added to Harrison Bader's success.
Sure.
What's going to happen when he moves back down and he's got JT Realmuto hitting behind him instead of Kyle Schwarber?
That's what I was saying. I would actually put Bader in the 9-hole. I would have Bader being the guy that comes up before Trey Turner when you flip the lineup over.
Well, I don't think they're going to hit him in the 9-hole, obviously. I think he would certainly, right now you could make an argument. You could make an argument that he would be in the 5-hole as the guy behind Bohm.
You could.
Especially on nights when, is Brandon Marsh going to be out of the lineup? He's hitting in the 4-hole today. I mean, he'll be probably betting in the 5-hole, I would imagine, in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So one day you're going to be hitting in the 5-hole, the next day you're going to be out.
That's nuts.
Right? I mean, that's just the way that is he going to play against lefties?
I mean, they were trying to play him against lefties the last couple of weeks.
And he's been hitting lefties, actually. He has been hitting lefties recently here.
Do you maybe just say, listen, it depends on the left-handed pitcher? Maybe do you play that kind of game, that kind of game of like, all styles make fights?
Well, Brandon Marsh against lefties traditionally has not been good?
Right.
Do you just say, hey, we just want you in the lineup. We're just going to put you out there and hope that you come up with a big hit? And it's something I don't know, because if you play the Dodgers, you would get Blake Snell, most likely.
Right.
If you play the Mets, you would get Minaya and possibly Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 2 games that he would be out on.
Yeah, I mean, now you got to make a decision, like where.
It's amazing that we're talking about Brandon Marsh as if he's like an MVP candidate, but that's how good he's been in the second half of the year.
It's also the idea of, is the guy who's filling in for him good enough? Like, do you have a lot of confidence in Weston Wilson versus the David Peterson, or do you have confidence in Marsh versus David Peterson?
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, tomorrow we're going to be live at Mainers in Margate. We invite you to come out and see us on location tomorrow. We're giving away Eagles-Giants tickets on tomorrow's show, so stop out and see us live at Mainers in Margate, everybody. We'll be there tomorrow for a live Sports Bash here on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, you're going to hear from Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin Petula. Does he think the team needs to be more aggressive? Hear what he said. Coming up next. All right, 3:32, Sports Bash rolls on here on 97.3 ESPN. Football at 4 tonight with Adam Caplan coming up in about 27 minutes from now. All the football news you need with Adam Caplan here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Kevin Petula today, the Eagles' offensive coordinator. Do you think they were a little too conservative? He'll answer that question and more as the Eagles get ready for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And the Buccaneers look like they're going to be without Mike Evans in the game. Also some football news. The Houston Texans are releasing safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Remember, the Eagles traded Gardner-Johnson to Houston in exchange for Kenyon Green and some draft picks. Now, 3 weeks later, 3 weeks into the season, I should say, Gardner-Johnson is released. Kenyon Green got waived by the Eagles, so neither one of these guys there. But the Eagles did get a draft pick out of that. But C.J. Gardner-Johnson now is a free agent. Anybody's interested in that? I see, interesting enough, my timeline and my feed on social media, I got a lot of people saying, Eagles, bring him back, bring him back. I have no interest in bringing C.J. Gardner-Johnson back. But Eagles offensive coordinator Kevin Petula, yesterday, a big topic of conversation. You heard from A.J. Brown. You heard from Jalen Hurts. They all thought they were too conservative. Does the Eagles' offensive coordinator agree? He speaks now on the Sports Bash.
What turned things around Sunday?
Sunday, it was a tale of two halves for sure. I think when we looked back at the game, we were able to kind of make the adjustments we needed to get it going in the second half. And, when you get in those moments, you do what you got to do to get it done. And I think that the guys were awesome at just taking into everything we needed to do and sequencing plays together and making plays and executing and getting it done.
I guess the first half was a little too conservative for your liking.
No, I wouldn't say like conservative is the word. I think, when those things happen, like we went 3 and out, obviously, a few times, you look at, okay, where was the drive starting? What was the breakdown on the play? What happened? How do we stop this? How do we get out of this? So I think when we look back on it, there's obviously things we can always learn from that. But you don't go into it saying like, hey, I got to be really conservative here. That's definitely not, something you want to do. I think it's just a matter of just going forward, just learning from those moments and how to get ourselves out of those situations.
Is there an inherent shift in your approach whenever you're down 3 scores?
I think by nature, if you look around the league, when you start to have those kind of games, you got to do things a little bit differently to get yourself back into it. And steal extra possessions, which is what we did by doing it the way we did it. So, yes, I think there is a little bit.
Is the success circumstantial to that, or those things that can cross over to?
No, I think if you look around, like kind of what we've done, even throughout the years and even this past first 2 games prior to that, when we kind of push the pace a little bit at times within drives, it's been successful. Just the way we had to do it was a little bit different, the amount of volume for it.
This is the second half of the first game. You guys have seen the blitz at an extremely high rate.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that has been?
I think really, the first half of the season, always people have all off season obviously to game plan you, right? So they're looking for ways to stop you. We've played all these teams multiple times. They know us really, really well. And so they're just looking for stuff, right? They're wanting to try new things and see what they can do against us. So I think that's a little piece of it. And I think just by nature, if you look around, the pressure's up a little bit in general. I watched a little bit of the game last night and listened to someone on the radio when I drove home. So like you can see and just hear what's happening around the league. I think that's a little bit of a trend and it'll probably continue.
Can I just follow up on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Typically you think blitz, okay, against the pass.
Yep.
But are they doing it also to flood the run lanes?
I mean, really, when you look at it as a whole, I think it's pretty much, it's every down now. Teams are doing something to create, something that they want to get done, whether it's one line of defense, whatever their identity is defensively. So yeah, I think it's just happening more frequently in general. And like I said, if you look around the league, I think you see more of it.
What's your process for taking the information that your players bring back to you from the field and then implementing it into what you're doing?
Yeah, so that's a big part of it, right? So really, when you look at just the sideline discussions in general, we all try to, as coaches, look through the pictures first, kind of communicate, and then it goes position group by position group. I always talk to Jalen first. We go through what we're seeing, kind of what happened out there, kind of foreshadowing what we want to do. And then, I usually talk to the receivers and talk to Saquon in the backs and then work my way down and talk to the O-line. And so it's really important because they're the ones out there doing it, right? And so they give you really good information and feedback sometimes about what they're feeling, what's happening, how it's happening, and when it's happening. And ultimately, you want to put them in the best spot you can, right, for them to do their job.
There was a sequence on the sideline late in the third quarter where Jalen's like passionately talking to you and Jamal Singleton. What do you remember about that? The message he was trying to deliver?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. Like, it wasn't really anything about anything that was a heated moment. I think it was just a play that had happened, and I don't even remember, to be honest, what we were talking about. And I know that was kind of been made a big deal, but it wasn't anything, you know, that was a serious matter of any kind. In fact, like, Jalen and I have had really good discussions in general. If you watch those touchdown drives, and we've been driving the ball, like, him and I get very excited in general, both excited people and very competitive. So I think it's been really, really good.
In the aftermath of the game, both Jalen and AJ talked about the one for the offense to be more aggressive. Jalen characterizes, playing not to lose. What have your conversations been like with them since the game about those desires to kind of make the offense a little bit more aggressive?
Yeah, I think that's always, when we go into every week, that's what we want to do, right? We want to be the aggressive person, right? The word this past week for the offense, when I spoke to the offense, was attack. We want to be in attack mode. And going into the game, that was what we wanted to do. You know, the first drive was a good drive. We went for on 4th down. We threw the ball down the red zone at the goal line. So we were in an attack mode. We got stuck in those weird situations where we just couldn't get it out of there and get it going. And then the second half, obviously, we had to play a little bit differently, but we were able to get it going. So I think, they know what we want to do, and I think it was just exciting for it to happen and come back. When you get emotional after games, you get excited because we were able to do something that was very difficult to do, and all the plays and the guys played tremendous. The players themselves were awesome in those moments, and the conversations and getting that done was such a big moment. It was really cool for everybody.
Kevin, how important is it? How important is it to talk about?
Sorry, go ahead.
How important is it to be able to run the offense like you did in the second half without falling down 19 points and having to do it?
So really, when you look at it, like, even through the first 3 games, right, we've played 3 different ways, right? We've won 3 different ways. We've had to make adjustments 3 different ways. And that's a good thing for us as an offense because, to the earlier question, you don't know what you're getting nowadays, right? You show up, you think you're going to get a certain thing in the first half, and all of a sudden you look and you're like, well, that's not what we saw on tape at all. So we've got to adjust as coaches and players quickly. And so this game, right, was more of we were stuck in neutral, and then we had to adjust in a different way because of the points, and we were able to do that. So I think when you look at it, you're just trying to find ways to go into a game with, here's what we see, here's what we'd like to try to do, and then we got to adjust quickly if we need to, if things happen that were, unexpected.
Can you translate, how helpful is it? I saw a couple of times you went 3 by 1, got AJ involved. Can that translate from week to week, or is that more situational in the moment?
We always have that in. It just depends on what the defense does statically. So really, you just try to look at it each week, what gives us the best chance, to identify coverage and help the quarterback out.
If I could follow up to the previous answer from Bruce's question, and I asked this philosophically, what makes you want to be reactive as opposed to proactive, right? But like in terms of seeing what the defense is presenting you as opposed to getting them to react to what you're doing?
No, I think to your question, you always want to be out in front of it, right? You want to be the aggressor. What we did, like on the first drive, we were doing stuff on purpose. We didn't really care what they were doing. We were going. And like I said, situationally a little bit with those backed up, the way the kickoff played out for us, we had some different things happen. And we were really one play away from just getting out in front of it, making 1 first down, staying at a 2nd and long and being perfectly on track. So we just got to continue to improve that, as a staff and work through that, with those moments when they come up in the game. But no, you always want to be the aggressor, obviously.
How much Fred had a lot of experience last year on both sides. I guess probably our perception was that he'd be the swing tackle and the first guy in, either offensive tackle went down. Why wasn't he?
Really, when it looked at it, just the way we had kind of practiced, Matt had played more right at that moment. And then when we made the switch, we just made the switch.
In terms of being proactive, how much did tempo allow you guys to keep them in base coverages so you knew what you were probably going to get?
Well, it can definitely help, right? Put stress on the defense, and that's what you want to do when you're in those moments. And then it obviously can help the offense, but really when you look at it, it's all about the communication of the offensive guys, right? Because I have to get the play into Jalen. He's got to get it to everybody and communicate it out. So in those kind of moments, you are going at tempo to put stress on the defense, but you're also doing it to make sure the communication is good and everybody knows what they're doing because you're reacting to what, the coverage that's going to happen in the moment.
So are you saying the communication, because you're going quicker, it's not as, the phrasing is shorter, it's quicker, right? Is that what?
It can be very different. Without giving stuff away, it has to be different, right? Because you're going fast. There's no huddle per se, so you got to go.
Why does Saquon have so much trouble finding room to run in it? Are there things that maybe you can do different with him?
Yeah, I think when you look at the run game the last 3 weeks, we just got to continue to work through it as a staff to try to find ways to create more space for him in the run game and take advantage of what people are giving us.
Lane's value is as evident when he's not out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the Tampa film last year showed that too. What changes when Lane's not on the field?
I mean, Lane's a Hall of Fame player. Like, he's an unbelievable player. And he gives you the flexibility to do a lot of things that most offenses don't have. So when he's not out there, you definitely feel it.
What does the film show is happening with the run game?
I think when you look at the run game kind of as a whole, when we line up and kind of identify what we're trying to do, right, we're getting different things this year than we've got in the past, right? Saquon was such a big part of our offense last year. Everybody knows, hey, he's a huge part of the offense. So it's a matter of just kind of going in there and watching and seeing. I mean, we've had some good hits here and there. We've been really, really close on a few to having explosive runs. I mean, the touchdown that he had against Kansas City, if we were on the 50-yard line, it's a 50-yard touchdown. So, like, I think it's still there. It's just been a little bit different the way it's unfolded, and especially, obviously, the game the other day in the second half, we were in such a pass mode, it just kind of didn't happen.
When I see some of those runs on 3rd and longs, what's the thought process there as opposed to not airing it out?
Well, it depends. Obviously, we talked about the backed up piece of it, right? You got to be a little situationally aware when you're backed up versus max protecting. Defensively, like, a lot of teams like to drop 8, right? And if you're dropping 8, there's only 3 guys in the front. That means there's 8 guys in coverage. Well, you know, it's a little bit differently, you know, to try to fit passes in versus drop 8. So you're sometimes playing those situationally because you know what the defense does.
When I say a Todd Bowles defense, what do you think of first?
Todd's an awesome coach. I worked for him for 2 years in New York. Unbelievable coach, and he's done it for a really, really long time.
All right, that's Kevin Mottola, the Eagles' offensive coordinator, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So he was asked early in the presser, do you think the first half was a little too conservative for your liking? He said, no, I wouldn't say conservative is the word. I think when those things happen, like we went 3 and out, obviously a few times, you look at, okay, where was the drive starting? Where was the breakdown on the play? What happened? How do we stop this? How do we get out of this? So I think when we look back on it, there's obviously things we can always learn from that, but you don't go into it saying like, hey, I got to be really conservative here. That's definitely not something you want to do. I think it's just a matter of going forward, learning from those moments, and how to get ourselves out of those situations. Sounds like his players disagreed with him. They used the word conservative, but we'll see what happens this week in Tampa. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Coming up next, it's our unsportsmanlike moment of the day.
just because your organization has won championships prior doesn't mean that you haven't evolved into they're going to find a way to lose team. The Philadelphia 76ers have won 3 championships in their history. Their head coach that they currently have in Nick Nurse has won a championship, not with them. So there's championship DNA. What do you expect to happen with the Philadelphia 76ers in the playoffs?
It'll be a disaster.
And they'll find a way to lose. Why are the Ravens not treated the same way based on what you're outlining? I'm not saying we should treat them that way. I'm asking the question of why are they not treated that way? Because we've seen their head coach win before?
That's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Evan Cohen this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone at Whitehorse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. Fair comparison or not, the Baltimore Ravens are the Philadelphia 76ers of the NFL.
It's a little unfair.
To who?
To the Ravens.
I was going to say, to the Ravens, right? I mean, they do have a 2-time MVP quarterback in Lamar Jackson. The Sixers have an MVP player in Joel Embiid. So they both have high-profile all-star players who have come up smaller in playoffs than they have in regular seasons.
But the huge difference is the Ravens have not been injured like every single year. The Ravens have just failed in the postseason. They've been unlucky. The Sixers are a team that's just poorly constructed.
Well, you could say that the Ravens, didn't we just talk about earlier, that they've never given Lamar that number one wide receiver? Like, if they had that wide receiver, wouldn't things be different, we think?
Hasn't Lamar been to an AFC championship game?
He's been to it, and that's why I think the comparison's a little unfair, is that they've gotten out of, the divisional round. They have made it to a championship game. I think I can see the parallels. I understand what Evan Cohen is talking about.
It's not a horrible analogy. I just think that now you're basically putting the Ravens into oh boy, here we go again category.
Yeah, and he mentions the Sixers with championship DNA. He said they've won 3 championships. He's talked about Nick Nurse. I don't know that this version of the Sixers has championship DNA. They don't really have. That's been one of their problems is in the early incarnations of the Sixers, they didn't have the veteran player to kind of get them there.
Also, Nick Nurse won that championship with a different organization. John Harbaugh won it with the Ravens. So it's a very different vibe where the Sixers, their success either came somewhere else or before some of these guys were born.
Listen to Unsportsmanlike tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock a.m. right here on 97.3 ESPN with Evan, Michelle, and Canty. That is our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025 RVs. Shop now before they're gone at Whitehorse RV Center. Your RV adventure starts here. Coming up next, Adam Caplan's here for today's Football at 4. Phillies lineup is out. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, on the X platform, you'll see the lineup scrolling on the bottom of the screen. If you're listening on the radio, we'll get you the lineup when we come back here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast with the latest on the Eagles. He heard what Kevin Petula said about this Eagles offense. Are they too conservative? We'll get the state of the Eagles passing game with Adam Caplan coming up next. Football and Forward, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort and the Gallery Bar Booking Games. The place to be this football season, Ocean Casino. Go to the Gallery, go to Ocean, go for the win. For more, visit oceanac.com. Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms, is back as we take a look at this Eagles team that, obviously was a tale of two halves, Adam Caplan. We heard from Kevin Petula today. He was asked if his team was too conservative on the state of the Eagles passing game, and he didn't think conservative was the right word, but his players seemingly used that word.
Yeah, Mike, Petula is an interesting guy. He's a first-year calling plays. He's been very involved with the Eagles passing game for a number of years. And he's worked closely with Hurts. This is their fifth year together. They both know each other very well. And he kind of knows what works and what doesn't work for Hurts because he knows him. And Jalen knows it, Kevin, very well. So they have a developing relationship in terms of play caller now and quarterback, and that's just going to take some time. But what I said, and this is my issue with the passing game, or really the philosophy overall, which I want to get into, Mike, but in terms of the passing game, it's a situation where you got to decide what you want to be, right? Like, but everybody knows the talent level of A.J. Brown. Dallas Goedert had the big play. A.J. Brown had an amazing second half. And you saw what Devontae Smith did, several big plays in the game. So you'd ask yourself, well, why can't you come out throwing the football ball? Here's the problem. You have Saquon Barkley, who set an NFL record for one season through the Super Bowl for total yardage. So, but my argument against it is, but it's not working. This is my argument, Mike, on our post-game show. If it's not working, try something else. This is when I would be so mad at Andy Reid for passing all the time. When I didn't quite understand back then, early in my career, why are they doing this. I would later understand you pass early, then you run late to win. But my thing was when McNabb would struggle, Mike, I would say, well, why don't you run the football? You have a choice. Well, here it's not Barkley's fault. My understanding is, Mike, they're not the run blocking has not been what we're used to seeing. Now, what's been the issue with the run blocking as we get into the Eagles offense, Mike? Before we get back to the passing game, Landon Dickerson coming back from 2 surgeries, he doesn't look quite like himself. Cam Jurgens, as Greg Cosell will tell, for folks who want to watch it, it's on all of our platforms already. The Inside the Tape show. Listen to what Greg talked. I asked him point blank, "What are you seeing from their offensive line?" Greg will tell you about Cam Jurgens. So they're clearly not blocking well for the run. So my point is, while the pass blocking isn't quite as what it used to be, it's still very good. Mike, throw the football. Let Hurts get into a rhythm. Even if it's not working, keep trying. They've got, with this group at receiver, you've got and tight end with Goddard, and with this line's ability to pass block, throw the football. That's my issue right now with Petullo. It's not the play calling. It's his play calling for him. I'm told by multiple people who I respect, who work in the NFL. I'm not going to tell you who they work for or how I got the information, Mike. I asked them to take a look at the Eagles' offense if they have a chance. Both said it's not a play calling issue. Now you could look at some parts about their philosophy, which I could question. You could ask what's wrong with Hurts. Why is he not more accurate? Why is he processing like he did in the second half? That's a completely different issue.
Well, then what is the overall philosophy of this Eagles offense? We know last year they wanted to run the football. So what is their philosophy in year number 2 with this group of guys?
All right, Mike. So on that, this is what I would do going forward. I'm glad we set it up this way. They have to be willing to not be so run-heavy. Last year, they were the only NFL team to run the ball more than they pass it in the first half of games. That's unheard of, as you know, Mike. The Eagles always want to pass, but when you get Saquon Barkley and it's working, I get that. Stick with it. I got no problem with it, but it's not working. I would stop trying to be so run-centric. I would be more of a pass team first, mix in Barkley. If Barkley is going off, okay, you could make it more balanced. But now I know that the Eagles were behind. They had to throw a lot. Hurts' processing was phenomenal in the second half. He struggled a little bit with it in the first half. He got himself together. I'm not saying you're not throwing every down. That's not what I mean. But I would tilt it more heavily to the pass. And let's see what happens. So on your question, Mike, to finish this discussion off on the philosophy, I would go more to the pass because right now, Mike, they have no philosophy. We're trying to figure out what their identity is. They don't really have one.
All right, Adam Caplan, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, Jordan Davis was a huge story in the game on not only special teams but defense. He made a huge third down stop chasing Matthew Stafford down. So what is this reformed Jordan Davis's expectations moving forward here? I mean, because you can make an argument that, when they drafted this guy in the first round, you were hoping to get more from him than you got his first 3 seasons.
Mike, this is an interesting situation with Jordan Davis. So we don't need to rehash much of this, but we know for the first 2 3/4 of his career he'd been a bust. I mean, he'd been very disappointing. Our job at Inside the Birds is not to be overly critical or overly positive. Our job is to teach and help people understand and bring you behind the scenes and explain why things are happening. So, Jordan Davis, from what I'm told, would tell people close to the team or coaches, front office, players, whoever, hey, man, this is my year. I'm working hard. I'm doing the right things. Well, then you would see he was still overweight last season. Though he did lose weight last season, but he would say a lot, but it would never happen. So there was a thought like, okay, dude, like you keep talking about how good you think you could be and how you've committed yourself. Well, where is it? We're not seeing it. Well, it happened late last season. And as you know, he lost 25 pounds this offseason. When I saw him at training camp, I was shocked, Mike, when I saw he had no stomach anymore. I'm like, because he was very broad. If you saw him, I'll tell you, 6'6". But, his gut was out. Well, he had no gut anymore. And I was like, this is unbelievable. Let's see what happens. And now Greg Cosell did tell us, and you'll see this, we'll give you a nugget here. I asked Greg on Inside the Tape, the defensive show, okay, what happened with the run defense, and was Davis a part of it, and why the run defense struggled. He did say Davis unfortunately had a couple plays where he reverted back to getting stood up, which is a problem for him. But other than that, Mike, he's been lights out. Great kid, by the way. He says the right things. He had to do it, and now he's doing it. Now, the question is, Mike.
He almost seemed, Adam, just to interject real quick,
Yeah.
He almost seemed like one of those big guys who was almost too nice.
Yes, okay. I'm going to bring up something. This is on my agenda here today. The knock on him from a scouting standpoint, Mike, because you brought it up, is that he liked football, didn't love it. And that was it. I got that from multiple scouting people at the time the Eagles drafted him. And I was like, wow, he may never be a good player because it's not that important to him. Well, Mike, you're right. If you hear him speak, he's phenomenal. He's a great public speaker. But you got to back it up. And now he's backing it up, Mike. But I don't know him. I just know people have dealt with him, for a number of years and been around him. He's a great kid. He does care, but it had to reflect on the field. You could whatever career people are in, you could say the right things, but until you actually do the right things in whatever vocation you have, it's just all talk. And now he's doing it. It's a great story. I wanted us to talk about him today because I know a lot of people have gotten on us over the years about him, but we were only telling the truth. Our job is not to be overly critical. We want people to learn. And now his technique is better. His weight is ridiculous. He might actually be 335, which is. I would contend he had to be 370 or more at one point. He looked phenomenal, great for him. I'm really happy for the kid.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can make an argument that he's had a bigger impact this year than his buddy Jalen Carter over there.
That's a little strong. But no, he did not really play that well this last game.
All right, let's get into the Eagles' injury situation for Sunday. It's early, but we know Tampa. We'll get on to them in a minute. They have some big injuries. Where is Philadelphia?
Yeah, now Will Shipley. He just has to get cleared for contact with his broken ribs. If he does, he'll play. McKee's really close to being the number 2 quarterback. He's now thrown for 2 weeks in practice. Sam Howell, obviously, is the 2 until he comes back. McKee will be the 2 when he comes back. Lane Johnson told reporters he'll be good to go from the stinger. Darius Cooper, this is disappointing. He hurt his shoulder. We don't know the severity of it. Mike, he's actually been in the block. I don't know if you've noticed that. It's been kind of weird. And then the big one, there was Adoree Jackson with a groin injury. He didn't return, and you saw Jacorian Bennett, fill in. So that's something to watch this week because, Mike, the Bucs. Now we'll get to them in a minute, but they'll play plenty of 11 personnel, which is 3 receivers. And if Chris Godwin's able to play, now let's get over to the Bucs, Mike. Todd Bowles, their head coach, played down the strain. It sounds like it's a grade 1 hamstring strain. Mike, I don't know if you know, it's had chronic hamstring problem for over a decade. I'd be very surprised if he played. Even if it's a minor
the way he
strain,
left that game on Sunday, throwing his helmet, you could tell he knew he was hurt.
I can't imagine he'll play. Even if it's a minor strain, which, by the way, is the higher up it is on your hamstring, the less likely a player will play. Like when Trey Turner hurt his hamstring, he had a grade 1. He knew it wasn't high up in his hamstring. He knew he wouldn't be like last year's where he was out 6 weeks, which is a grade 2 or 3. So I'd be surprised. But man, this Emeka Ibuka has been great. Chris Godwin may play this week. They're hopeful for Tristan Wirfs. You know, they had 4 offensive line changes to start the season. I don't know how they're doing it, Mike. They keep winning at the end there. But this will be a fun game. We know it's been a house of horrors the last 2 times the Eagles went there. But let's not forget, week 4 last year, Mike, same time, same week, you know who didn't play? Lane Johnson, the 2 best receivers. So let's be real.
I was going to say, they were down a couple guys. The Eagles were in that game last year. But, yes, they've had trouble against Todd Bowles. And I know John McMullen asked Petula today about Bowles, and he didn't really give him an answer. He was looking,
I was surprised by that. Yeah, I thought we'd get a little bit better answer, but that's okay. It doesn't matter.
Good effort there.
Listen,
good effort, John.
Yeah, I know. I get Johnny Mack asking the question, but I think folks have to be like everyone was killing Kellen Moore last year after the great game against Green Bay. They were killing him. I know people don't want him to learn on the job because he's new at it. But you also can't. You know, some people want him fired or reassigned after 3 weeks. I mean, come on. Let's. I get the anger. You got to let this thing play out. And look, Mike, if we're at week 8 still talking about this, we'll have a little bit of a harder conversation.
All right, real quick before we let you go, C.J. Gardner-Johnson was released today, and I would imagine if the Eagles were having major safety problems, you would hear an uproar of people. Although I will tell you, I'm a little surprised at my timeline of people saying, make the call, Howie, but there's a reason he's not here, and it looks like Houston found that reason out.
Yeah, my buddy Aaron Wilson, who I've known forever, had a great – look, listen, when he gets cut, I'm like, okay, there's obviously something going on with Gardner-Johnson. When you know it, Aaron, follow him on X, he put it out there that he questioned some things behind the scenes. That's going to get you cut. And by the way, I looked up, they restructured his contract, and it was an easy contract to cut. So, yeah, no, the Eagles are set. Drew McCool was drafted to replace him. McCool is playing really well. There's nothing there. You know, it's crazy. You know, C.J. Gardner-Johnson's a pretty good football player, but think about this, Mike. Twice with the Eagles. Saints didn't want him. Lions didn't want him. That's it, man. Texas cut him.
That's a shame.
At what point, Mike, is he going to accept that he needs to be a better teammate and do the better job?
It's a shame that he can't see that. I mean, he did win a Super Bowl here, so obviously, you know, he wasn't so disruptive that you couldn't win with him, but he was disruptive enough that the Eagles didn't want to try again with him.
No, they drafted McCool to replace him. That's over with. Yeah, it is what it is, Mike. But somehow, the Eagles are one of the 6 teams undefeated in the National Football League.
Well, and on top of that, you know, you talked about Tampa Bay real quick before we let you get out of here. They are the first team in NFL history to win on game-winning scores in the final minute of the fourth quarter in all 3 wins since the merger in 1970. It's never happened what's going on with them right now. Now, they got a field goal to win the game, but you saw what happened there. They had a blocked field goal by the Jets at the same exact time that the Eagles. I mean, it was like crazy, simultaneously.
Mike. And I'm watching the red zone because I'm trying to go back and forth, and you know, I'm going back. I'm like, what? You know, I'm like in awe of the whole thing because if those of us have the red zone, you know, you see every score and you see every play, and I can't believe this has just happened. And one quick story, and I'll get out of here. So I'm texting with a friend of mine, and, you know, the Eagles are getting blown out. And he goes, at least we have the Phillies at 405. I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're a good point. And he texted me after the game with an emoji. He's shaking his head. He could not believe it.
Yeah.
For people who are calling this the miracle at the Link one, it's not. The first one is 4th and 26. Let's not forget about Freddie Mitchell.
By the way, did you hear? They got that one, the Freddie Mitchell one, but the punt return with D-Jack. Miracle at the Meadowlands.
I was there, but this is the Miracle at the Link. The first Miracle at the Link, Mike, was I was at the 4th of 26. That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. How do you let this happen? Yeah. But the Packers will never forget that.
Well, I was going to say the Miracle at the Meadowlands had a tie to the game on Sunday. You know what it was? I revealed this yesterday with Mosher.
I'm trying to remember. I heard it. I don't know. Go ahead.
It was the last time the Eagles wore white with green pant combination.
By the way, I love those uniforms.
Yes.
I'm a big uniform guy. How sharp are those, man?
I know. That's the first time they wore them at home in 15 years.
It's crazy. Crazy.
All right, everybody. Adam Caplan's back on Friday for a preview of Eagles Buccaneers right here on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, man.
Thanks, man.
All right, there's Adam Caplan here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, so earlier today, if you were listening to Unsportsmanlike, Dan Graziano was on there. Now, Adam and he broke down the Eagles' offensive issues. The question that was asked today was, are you too conservative? Dan Graziano explained earlier this morning on Unsportsmanlike why the Eagles are so reluctant to throw the football.
It goes back to 2023 and early part of last year when there were turnover issues when they were doing that. And they found success last year when they realized, hey, we have this monster offensive line. If it holds for Saquon, he's got a chance to take it all 75 yards. Let's keep doing that. And it worked. And I think they have evidence in their history that if they lean too much on the passing game, Jalen Hurts is prone to a turnover or two.
So he's basically saying they are still in the back of their mind. It's like they have PTSD, right? They have the thought if we throw the ball too much, Jalen can revert back to the Jalen that we saw in the first couple of weeks of last year. And I remember those first couple of weeks of last year. We were asking the questions because Jalen had a streak of turnovers of, like 4, 5, 6 games. It kept going up every week. We kept asking about when this thing was going to end until it finally stopped. And now we just really haven't seen it at all. But is that fair? Or should the Eagles start to rethink that, hey, Jalen has learned from those mistakes, and he has evolved as a quarterback that we could trust a little bit more?
I think you have to rethink it, not just because of Hurts has evolved, Mike. You have to rethink it because go back to the circumstances. Brian Johnson, obviously now looking back, was the wrong answer coming into that year. You don't have Brian Johnson here anymore. There's now the communication issues that were back then. Remember, there were a lot of criticisms about the communication of the coaching staff with the players that year. So to me, I think to rethink it because the circumstances are different. Well, you can't judge Hurts based off of 1 year when the majority of his college and NFL career, he has been very risk averse.
Yeah, listen, I get it. Those 4 games last year, they happened, and you can't completely say that you can, forget about them. But it's like you have seen him in the Super Bowl and in the playoffs and in other games since then show that when he's being asked to be relied on. And to me, you got to look at your personnel. The personnel dictates. We got A.J. Brown. I like what Adam said. Hey, listen, if you throw the ball early and they start to take that away from you, that means you got Saquon Barkley in your back pocket. You can reverse the script because last year people were saying, hey, you got A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. We can't let you beat us with those 2 guys. So the Eagles ran the ball to death on them. Flip the script on them and make them come out of that. You have the personnel to do it. Not everybody does. You have the personnel to say, you know what, you want to take this away from us? We'll do this. It is perplexing to me that you have the personnel that you do at wide receiver and that your passing game is as pedestrian as it's been in this Brown-Smith era that we're talking about. We're not talking about, these guys have been together for 3 years now. You would think that Hurts and Smith and Brown and God, this thing would be a fluid, on a conveyor belt here.
And this is why I've been so critical, Mike, of the play calling, and I've argued.
And they won the World Super Bowl, by the way, and I know we're complaining.
But this is why I've argued people about the play calling and the coaching. Look around the NFL right now. We're seeing highlights right now of Carson Wentz ripping apart the Bengals this past Sunday. We've seen Mac Jones have 2 straight starts for the 49ers playing well. Coaching matters in this league. You've talked about this before, Mike. Coaching matters in the NFL more than any other sport, any other league. I have trouble believing that if I took Jalen Hurts and gave him to Kevin O'Connell or Kyle Shanahan or Sean McVay, that they would just be like, oh, man, I can't do anything with this guy. I think part of the problem is the people who are coaching and calling the plays are not doing their job. Remember, I played the audio last week from Mike Mayock. You got a game plan to get the ball to A.J. and Devontae.
I don't disagree with that, but it's hard to be that critical when they won the Super Bowl with this group of coaches.
Well, to me, there has to be a middle ground. I'm not saying we got to tell. I'm not trying to fire Kevin Patullo, but I'm just saying that.
Now, Patullo wasn't the play caller last year.
He wasn't
to be
at
fair.
all.
But
right.
We also complained about the offense last year.
We did, but those were warranted concerns because then the players said something about it too.
Yes and no. I mean, they basically clunked their way through the regular season, save for a game against the Steelers where they basically opened it up and, hey, is that what y'all wanted to see? And then it wasn't like some fluid offense after that.
No, it wasn't. So
the only time they really had fluidity in the offense was the Steeler game, the Washington playoff game, and the Super Bowl. I mean, other than that, they were clunking it up and down, and it is perplexing that you have the talent that you have. Like, we talk about it all the time. If you put A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and said they're in Cincinnati, those guys are having 1,500-yard seasons.
Sure, but at the same time, as I said before, how do I not know that if I put Hurts on a different team, that he's not going to go off? There's nothing that tells me that Kevin Patullo, Nick Sirianni are on the same level as offensive-minded game planning coaches.
Well, this goes back to, and I know people don't, and listen, I don't care about these lists either, but I think it's just one of the reasons why a lot of people put Jalen Hurts lower on these lists, because they're essentially saying your coaching staff isn't even suggesting that he's top 5. They're not using him like a top 5 quarterback.
And I would also say that maybe this is why Sirianni is not ranked as high as he could be as a coach. I think a lot of people look around the league and say, I'm seeing guys do more with less.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Hey, we got so much more to go, including Knicks Nuggets are on the way. No Casey Joyner today. It's actually his wedding anniversary. So one thought every game on tomorrow's show. Also tomorrow on the Sports Bash, we'll talk to Greeny. Mike Greenberg will be on the show to give us his thoughts on the first 3 weeks of the football season. On Thursday's show, Hembo is in the house. We'll talk to Paul Hembekitis Hembo on Thursday's show when we are live at Chickies and Pizza. Don't forget, Friday, we're going to be live at the Roost in Egg Harbor Township, Harbor Pines. We'll be there from 2 to 6. Ryder Cup all day long. Have a happy hour Friday with us at the Roost. It's a great spot to start your weekend. The Sports Bash on the road the next 3 days here on 97.3 ESPN. at Harbor Pines in Egg Harbor Township. Earnshaw will be there. Pete G will be there. The Sports Bash will be there. And hopefully everybody out there listening, some of you guys, I don't expect everybody out there listening to come on out and see us, but hopefully some of the people want to spend some time on a Friday, a happy hour Friday with us at the Roost. What's going on, Earnshaw?
What's going on, Mike? We're going to have the whole crew out at the Roost on Friday. Ryder Cup, a little golf action. I am stoked for Friday. That's going to be a lot of fun. I get to join the party with you guys. You were talking about the menu yesterday. Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, it should be a good time. Now, they did invite us to come play golf beforehand, and I'm trying to work my schedule out that I can get out there, but I know that you want to play, so I'm going to try to make it happen.
All right, yeah, I'm out there. I'm ready to go. I haven't golfed in a couple of weeks. I need to get back out on the course. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be a little rusty.
Well,
so
last time I golfed was media day at the LPGA.
And that was the first time you golfed since the last LPGA, wasn't it?
Normally I golf twice a year, the LPGA media day, and then I used to do the Pro-Am, which I haven't played in a couple of years. So now I'm only down to 1 day a year.
There you go. So listen, Joe Kelly, I think last time he was just dominating. Overall, he was awesome. The sister station at Cat Country, he was fantastic. He's a good golfer. I was like, I'm okay, but he was unbelievable.
He does morning show, so morning show.
Yeah.
You can get done your show, and then you can go out and play golf all day.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's more conducive to working on your golf game. This afternoon show kind of is stuck right in the middle of everything.
Yeah, right in the middle. Can't get out in the golf. It's like a little too early in the morning. Maybe you get 9 holes in if you do the afternoon show. Maybe if you want to get up that early, but I digress. It'll be a lot of fun at the Roost on Friday. All right, let's get into the Nuggets a little bit here. We'll talk a bit about the Phils and the bye, how important the bye is. And, you know, I was reading a couple articles, and you heard some of the players talk after a couple of the games lately. And Bryce Harper, post-game after one of the last couple of games, said, I quote, I want to clinch the bye for sure. That's the big thing for all of us, right? Obviously, there are some guys playing for some numbers, things like that. As a team, we need the bye. It's a quote from Bryce Harper. Kyle Schwarber also talked about them needing the bye as well. The bye is huge this year, and we have talked about this every single year, it feels like. Is it better to be a wild card team? Is it better to be a division team with a bye? For the Philadelphia Phillies, I think the bye is super important for the Phils, especially with how banged up they've been, getting guys right, getting guys back into the lineup. I think the bye is massively important. I think it's more important than them coming in, playing every day, playing the wild card series, and continuously playing. I think this year the bye is more important than ever.
Yeah, listen, I think the bye is important for a couple of reasons. One, it sets your pitching up. You can get the guys that you want, and then it limits the time. Because if you play in the wild card, and let's say that thing goes 3 games, and you have to play 3 games Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, well, that means you're opening up actually it'll be, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you're off on Friday. That means you're opening up game 1 of the division series. If you win the wild card round, you're probably going to have to use Aaron Nola to pitch game 1. That would be something where you probably Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, you would be pitching Christopher Sanchez on short rest. You don't want to come right out of the gates using – now, not to mention, Christopher Sanchez is supposed to pitch on Sunday in the last regular season game of the year. So you wouldn't even possibly have him ready to pitch game 1 of the wild card. Now, he probably wouldn't pitch in the finale of the season. So that would really mess up your pitching situation. As it stands now, you have Christopher Sanchez set to pitch on Sunday, the last regular season game of the year, then come back and pitch on Saturday, which would be game 1 of the division series. But if you have to play a wild card game, you would have games definitively on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then if it goes to a third game, also on Thursday. You would have to have your 3 guys ready to go in that series there. So, it is imperative with the pitching situation that you get that bye. And, listen, last year the Dodgers had the bye. They won the World Series. The Yankees had the bye. They made the World Series. You can win and make the World Series by having a bye.
Yep. And listen, I understand the wild card thing, right? Like we've seen wild card teams do it over and over. The Phillies in 22 as a wild card team got to the World Series, ran out of gas, right? But specifically for this team, it is imperative to have the bye, and they're most likely going to get it, to say the least, but they need the bye badly. You want to line up the pitching perfectly. You have guys who have been hurt, Bohms, Turners of the world, Sosas of the world, right? You want to get those guys back. Even just a couple extra days off during this time of year can prove to be massive. It'll pay dividends for them to be off and get that extra rest. You don't want to play those extra couple of games. It's not worth it. And you have your pitching lined up. I understand last year they lost. They had the bye for the first time and they lost. I get it. But this year with the injuries and setting up your pitching without Zach Wheeler, that is massive. And I think that's going to help this team, especially more than last year, more than years in the past.
Well, and listen, the other thing is it's hard to win the World Series or be consistent when you have to win a wild card series, then a division round, then a championship series, and then you have to be consistent for 4 straight series. And that's the problem is this team is inconsistent way too often. The highs and the lows, the ups and the downs. You might be scorching hot in the wild card, the division series, then ultimately someone's going to cool off in the championship round.
Yeah.
And even if you make it to the World Series, then somebody else cools off. It's just hard to have the whole team flowing for 4 straight rounds. So if you can eliminate a round, that certainly helps your journey. Now, other teams, of course, have won a World Series as the wild card, but it's certainly more difficult to do.
Yeah, it definitely is more difficult to do, and you don't have the home field advantage either. That's another aspect. You get the extra home game for having the bye, right? You're the second seed. You're going to have an extra home game unless you play the Milwaukee Brewers. So that's where you're at the Titans. I think they'll be locked into the 2 seed. Right now, you're showing the postseason picture right now. By the way, World Series logo, best in years, I think, by the way. But right now, Dodgers, Reds, in that 3-6 mark right now. I think you probably play the Dodgers most likely. That'd be, I think, the favorite who you would end up playing. But listen, it's going to be a harder path if you were in the wild card spot, right? Like more games, you're not having your pitching staff set up the way you want it to. Guys getting healthy, and especially for the bullpen. The bullpen, you want some of those guys to reset, and that leads me into nugget number 2. I was reading an article this morning regarding Orion Kerkering. Matt Gale put an interesting article out about Kerkering and why he needs to step up into the postseason. An interesting stat from that article. He did not permit an earned run for 6 weeks in May and June. Since then, he has allowed 14 of his 31 inherited runners to score because he's come in some of those big situations. Runners are on base, guys getting into trouble. He hasn't done a great job. It's like half and half, 50% of the time it feels like. He's giving up 14 runs out of 31. He's coming in, giving up runs. Kerkering is imperative. It's imperative that he has to step up in the postseason. It's going to be interesting to see what he's able to do and how they use him with how he's been lately.
Now, what do you think of this list from Phil's tailgate?
I love Phil's
He's
tailgate.
Ranking the Phillies bullpen based on how much he trusts them right now. He's got Duran number 1, Strom number 2, Robertson number 3, Banks number 4, Lou Trevino number 5, Orion Kerkering number 6, Max Lazar number 7, and Tim Meza number 8.
I like the list. I think Strom concerns me a little bit. He's been better as of late. Robertson's been really good. I'd put Banks, I guess, higher, though. I think I'd put Banks above Robertson overall. I mean, I know he's had some difficulties, but I think I'd still go Banks over Robertson. Would you?
Well,
I feel like you flip them. 3 and 4.
Half a dozen, one or the other. Robertson, maybe because he's right-handed, would be the more high-leverage right-handed guy. Strom would be the high-leverage left-handed guy. So I think you got Duran in the 9th. Strom and Robertson would be your 8th inning guys. The other guy would be the 7th inning guy, whoever isn't pitching the 8th. Then you have Banks as kind of the 6th inning guy. The question is, you putting Lou Trevino in the game over Orion Kerkering?
Kerkering has a 3.28 ERA in 66 appearances this year. He has allowed a run in his last 3. That's where you're at. It's September.
I have been a big Kerkering guy.
I know.
He's got the best stuff of probably everybody out there outside of Duran. However, I don't think he knows how to pitch. I don't think he knows how to use it. That's one of the things we're learning about him is he doesn't trust his stuff. He's not a pitcher. He's a thrower. And it gets him into trouble sometimes that he doesn't trust all of his stuff all the time, and he ends up, Giving up a lot of home runs in key situations. Recently. I mean, he was awesome for a stretch earlier this year, and he has certainly put some worries and some doubts in your mind of what leverage you can use him in.
Yeah, I mean, and Matt Gell mentioned this in the article. He's been better when he's had 2 days rest. So do you pick your spots with Kerkering? Is that, I guess, where you're going to go with him? Like, all right, we can use him maybe in the 6th inning of a game, 7th, maybe game 1, and then maybe not use him again until game 3 or 4? I mean, is that where you go and then you save your other guys? I mean, maybe that's where you pick your spots with Kerkering because he has struggled. And I think that's going to be huge to get those guys days off as well with the bye. That goes hand in hand with nugget number 1. Get Kerkering some days off, maybe to reset himself, and maybe he comes back better in the postseason. Because you mentioned, and I mentioned it too, he had that stretch in May and June where he was really good, not allowing anything. His stuff was awesome. He was commanding his pitches, he was controlling his pitches, not walking guys, things of that nature. Lefties weren't hitting him as well. So, I think you got to pick your spots with Kerkering, with where he's at right now. I think the bye helps, gives him days off, but maybe you don't pitch him like every single night, every single game. He's not the guy to come out. You got to use your other options. I think you just pick your spots with him.
Yeah, and I mean, if you could get him to pitch, in the 6th inning and get some key outs there, that's a role that in the playoffs you generally need. And keep in mind, if you use him in the 6th inning, that means Robertson has got the 8th inning, and you really don't have another right-hander if the 7th inning comes up and you need a guy. So, or unless you use Robertson, but then, so using him so early in the 6th inning is a double-edged thing. In the baseball playoffs, these games are managed way differently. You see these relief pitchers come in games a lot earlier. They're going to need him to be way better than he has been in recent times. And he knows it. He has talked about it in the article with Matt Gell, which I did see. But he has really struggled. His ERA like 5.40 over his last 15 games. 7 earned runs in 11 2/3 innings. He's had some postseason blow-ups as well in the past. So, yeah, he's a tough guy to trust right now.
I mean, do you bring him in ever with runners on? I mean, he struggled. Like, there's times he can get out of it, and he looks great, but he's so inconsistent, especially as of late. Do you even think about bringing runners on, Kerkering, unless you are forced to bring him in?
Well, that's where it'll be interesting to see what they do with the rest of the bullpen, because Nola, you would assume, and Rob Thompson said this, he's never pitched out of the bullpen, so he doesn't seem like he's an option for the bullpen. What about Walker Buehler? Would Walker Buehler be a guy that you would bring in with runners on base there? And the other guy would be Taijuan Walker. Will he even be? I don't think he'll be on the postseason roster as a bullpen guy. You thought that he would be. I don't know if you've changed your mind on that.
No, I've changed my mind. Since they signed Walker Buehler, the other Walker, I don't see a spot for him now, obviously. I think new information.
But Walker Buehler could be a guy who pitches in some higher leverage situations too, as we saw last year with the Dodgers. He saved that game, but he came in the other night for Taijuan Walker and pitched really well. But he pitched really well, and then he kind of sputtered out towards the end where he had those back-to-back walks. So maybe 2 or 3 innings. Maybe he comes in the 5th or the 6th and pitches the 6th and the 7th one night. We'll see. But I think you ought to wonder, is Walker Buehler higher on the leverage chart now than even Kerkering is?
Yeah, it's like, who do you trust, like, in that pocket, right? It's going to be all about the pockets. We hear that word come up a lot now. What pocket of the game are you going to bring in this guy or this guy? Is it going to be Buehler? Is it going to be Kerkering? Who are you going to bring in? It depends on the pocket. I don't know if I love or trust Kerkering to come in and shut it down with runners on if they're in a jam, right? Do you go to Walker Buehler? You have the option with those extra starters to do that. It's fascinating to see how they're going to use him because you have the guys like Buehler. And I can't. Every time I hear his name, I think of that movie. So, I think overall,
is Jordan Romano going to make a comeback?
No way. He can't. Stop. Don't even do that to me. I can't even think about a dire situation during a pocket of the game where you got to bring in Jordan Romano. I'm just curious to see how they're going to use Kerkering because he's fascinating because he's struggled lately. And with runners on, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Hey, listen, they need him, and they need him to be the best version of himself because, hey, these playoffs, you're going to the bullpen a lot, and these guys wear down. You got to be able to have a lot of options in every single one of these games. You can't have a guy say, like you said earlier, well, maybe he needs, a day off in there. Like he can't pitch on back-to-back days. That hurts you.
It does. It definitely hurts you. So the musical chairs of this pitching staff, rotation, bullpen, Rob Thompson has a lot on his plate and a lot of decisions to make throughout the postseason. It's going to be interesting to say the least. All right, moving along. Nugget number 3 before I get out of here. Fascinating tweet I saw earlier today from Zach Berman of The Athletic. Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady, Aaron Andrews, Tom Rinaldi on the call for Eagles-Bucks on Sunday. And he said that means Brady will be in production meetings with the Eagles. Remember this whole controversy surrounding Brady because he owns the Raiders, etc. He posted a quote from Nick Sirianni, and quote, production meetings are similar to press conferences. It's an interview, so very similar. All my interactions with Tom Brady have been really positive, really, really good. Respect the heck out of him and his view on football and what he has done. So he went on to say more good things about him. So I don't think they have any problem with him being in any of these production meetings that come.
Troy Aikman's in the production meeting like that. What's to make him not go back to Jerry Jones and tell the Cowboys everything?
It's not true. Well, he's an owner. Like now Tom Brady owns part of the Raiders, and we saw him up in the booth, right, with the headset. That's why there's been concern of a conflict of interest there. That's the whole thing. But
I get that part of it, but my point is, what's to say that Aikman doesn't go to Jerry Jones and tell the Cowboys, hey, you know what the Eagles are doing that maybe my Cowboys could really utilize? Or Tony Romo, why can't he do the same thing? Just because he doesn't own the team doesn't mean he doesn't have the same access to the team to be able to talk to them. I mean, listen, I get it. The fact that he owns the team and he's sitting in the booth with the headset on, the aesthetics of it is awful for the whole situation. But what's to say that Troy Aikman's not sitting in the owner's box next to Jerry Jones one night and being like, hey, I was at Eagles practice the other day. You know what they do? That works really well. Maybe you should try this. I mean, it's human nature to say that any one of these guys could go do that.
No, it's a fair point. I think it's that it's in writing. He's considered an owner, and also he is sitting in the booth with the headset. And you haven't seen like Troy Aikman, while being a broadcaster, go sit in the booth of like the Cowboys wearing a headset, being with other coaches and things like that. Like, I think that's why people are so up in arms. Like, hey, wait a minute.
Well,
what's the procedure here?
We don't know that, like, whenever Monday Night Football has a Cowboys game, what's to say Aikman's not on the practice field during the week out there talking to those guys?
Yeah, I think because it's in writing and it was for all to see and it's new, and you haven't had a guy be officially an owner, part owner of a team doing what Tom's doing. It's first time for everything. Anybody could do it, right? Like Jason Kelsey, when he's doing stuff for Monday Night Football, right? He's probably in production meetings, stuff like that. Anybody can say anything to anybody at any time. I think because it's so official, the title's there, you saw him in the booth. It was like it just raised eyebrows, and I think that's why there's a little bit of controversy.
That's the part of it, is the fact that he was in the booth with the headset on, and that
made it worse.
Crazy. But you're right. Jason Kelsey's there last night. What's to say he can't go into NovaCare Center today and said, "Hey, I sat in with Dan Campbell, and you know what he told me? Hey, that was a great idea. Maybe you guys should implement." Like, I'm sure that happens all the time with these guys who played for teams, especially many of these broadcasters are very synonymous with the team they played for. You know, you get a guy like Tom Brady, who now owns the Raiders. He's not as synonymous with the Raiders franchise as an owner as he was as a player with the Patriots. Now, we know he's not going to the Patriots and sharing anything with those guys anymore. But, Romo and Aikman, both all-time Cowboys. I mean, that's the only team they ever played for. I mean, some of these guys like, T.J. Watt, is he going back and telling the Texans stuff?
Right.
Is Greg Olsen telling the Carolina Panthers things? When Drew Brees was in it, when he was doing some games, is he telling the Saints stuff? I mean, what's to say that any of these guys who are color analysts who are associated with teams aren't telling their teams information?
And I'll add one more point before we get out of here. I think also it's the Spygate stuff, the Deflategate stuff, all the stuff behind Tom Brady in the past, too. I think that's what also gives people a little bit of pause, right?
Yeah, Brady definitely has the cheating thing against him that moves into this. But I don't know what you do outside of just saying, look, we live in a world where integrity is essentially out the window.
Yep.
It is like a sad situation of the world we live in right now, where you have to worry whether or not one of the broadcasters is going back and cheating and telling his team that he now owns partly information that he got from calling a game. It's just sad that, it is so, everything is about either, we talk about this all the time with all the sports teams fans. If you don't win the World Series, you sucked, right?
Yep.
We did the unsportsmanlike moment of the day last hour. Evan Cohen talking about how the Ravens are the Sixers of the NFL, basically by saying, hey, they're always good enough to get to a certain level, but never good enough to get to the next level. And it's like, does that mean the Ravens aren't good or the Sixers haven't been good over the years? Like people say, well, they never had a shot to win a title. Yeah, the Sixers had a shot to win a title. They just didn't get the job done. The Ravens have been good enough to win a Super Bowl. They just haven't done it. That doesn't mean they couldn't or can't.
Yep.
It's just they didn't. So, but it's the perception. If you don't win, you suck. There is no like, hey, you were really good for a stretch there. You just didn't win the ultimate prize. But because winning is so important, and it's the only thing that matters to most fans, is that now we're basically assuming that these broadcasters are giving information to the teams to get an edge.
What a world. What a world we live in, Mike. All right. Those are the Nuggets today. A little 3-pack for you on this Tuesday.
All right. We will be live at Maynard's in Margate tomorrow. You won't be there, but the Nuggets will be there.
Nuggets will be there. Nuggets will be there. Absolutely.
All right, Nick. Take care, man. All right. Today's Nuggets, the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Nuggets are brought to you by the Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Coming up next hour on the Sports Bash, yes, it is One Thought Every Game. Casey Joyner from The Athletic is here. We'll talk about the Week 2 action. It's now all in the books. One Thought Every Game. What did he see in all the big matchups? And, of course, don't forget, tomorrow we are live at Maynard's in Margate. You can stop on out, see the show live. We're giving away a pair of tickets to see the Eagles-Giants game Thursday night, October the 9th, at MetLife Stadium. We will be live at Maynard's in Margate, open to the public, 9306 Amherst Avenue in Margate. I am Mike Gill. This is the Klose at 5:30. Final hour of the show on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Hill. Tomorrow we're at Maynard's at Margate. Stop out and see us over there. By the way, totally forgot, Casey Joyner is off today. It's his wedding anniversary, so One Thought Every Game is on tomorrow's show. I'm so used to looking over at the board. I see Casey Joyner's name over there, and I'm thinking he's coming up next. Well, I lied. He's tomorrow. Happy wedding anniversary, Casey Joyner. The football scientist will be on Wednesday and on Thursday this week. Thursday, we're live at Chickies and Pete's, and Friday, we're going to be at the Roost at Harbor Pines. So, hey, stop out Friday, happy hour Friday. Ryder Cup. Looking forward to that. So, a lot going on, a lot of text messages. Let's get some, we'll do a little smorgasbord of text messages here. 609-403-0973. Kind of whatever is on your guys' mind. There's a lot of text messages that come in throughout the show from yesterday and today that we never got to. So let's kind of go through a lot of the text messages and see what everybody's talking about. By the way, Jackson Dart's going to start for the New York Giants as well. Good luck with that.
They play 4 of the next 5 games against top 10 defenses, Jackson Dart. So, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I feel like this is just, they could not go back out there with Russell Wilson. I mean, I would have gone to Jameis Winston and just said, okay, we know we can't go back to Wilson. I understand they couldn't go back to Wilson. That was so bad. Especially, do they play at home this week?
I think so. Let me double check.
Because the place was ready to explode with anger. Like, it was uncomfortable watching that game because of every time Wilson did something, the place, yes, they are at home this week.
Yeah, they're playing at home.
Yeah, you cannot play Wilson at home again.
What I don't understand is why they're so dead set against at least putting Jameis out there.
That's what I'm saying. I would have just gone to Jameis here.
I don't see the need to throw this kid out there against, again, 4 of the next 5 games are, 3 of the 4 next games are all against top 10 defenses.
Yeah, and the Chargers are one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in the league. So you got that going against you.
Right, you got Chargers this week, then you're at New Orleans, and you're back home against the Eagles.
If you wanted to start Dart, the New Orleans game, you could have said, okay, that's a little light of the load there, a little light in his, but to start him at home against the Chargers here, you're just setting the poor kid up to get absolutely destroyed. And then all of the chants in the crowd of we want Dart, and then he goes and plays the best defense in the league at home, and he looks like crap. And it's like, oh, my God, now this guy was, we were hoping this guy could save us. And, listen, I'm not a big fan of Dart as an NFL quarterback.
No, but you're not heartless. You're not saying, I can't stand this guy so much, I'm going to put him out there against the Chargers.
I'm just saying, like, the Giants fans are acting as if this guy's the savior, that, like, if they put him out there, that their season's going to turn around here. And I get the whole notion of, what do you have to lose? Let him go get experience. No. Follow what the Chiefs did. Let the kid sit so he doesn't get killed. We've seen Tim Couch go out there and get absolutely lambasted and essentially ruined his career. Like, you could ruin these guys early. Jackson Dart, first off, it's not like this guy is like the top-rated prospect. Now, that doesn't mean he can't play. I mean, he might turn into Aaron Rodgers, for God's sakes.
No, but it's like, for example, I was telling you before, Mike, you look at Ole Miss this year. Their offense is actually better this year in terms of efficiency and all that stuff than it was last year.
Are you a Dart fan? Do you think
No.
I'm wrong? Do you agree or disagree with me?
I agree with you, but I'm saying I think what furthers your point is Ole Miss is better this year than they were last year. They have a redshirt freshman and a redshirt sophomore playing for them this year who have both played, and the offense is better with them than with this first-round draft pick. To me, that's an indictment of Dart. I think that the Giants reached for him. They fell in love. And I think this guy needs work.
Yeah, and now the fans are so desperate for a winner there. And I get it. I don't want to see Russell Wilson either. That was painful, and you just can't play him anymore. You can't play him anymore after what we saw on Monday night. He was so bad, and the fans would revolt if he was back under center again.
Right.
You just could not. But you do have Jameis Winston. You guys did this to yourselves. The Giants are so mismanaged right now. They did this to themselves. They went out and brought 2, not 1, but 2 veteran quarterbacks in. And then drafted a guy. How did you think this was going to go? How did you think this was going to go? Like, did they actually think they had a shot to be a competitive team this year? So they went out and got 2 veteran guys and then drafted a guy. Well, when you drafted a guy, the plan is he sits. You're not going to sit Russell Wilson when you sign him. But, yes, I get it. He was so bad. He threw for 450 yards the week before and almost ass backwards you into a win.
Correct.
So, listen, you got to go deal with the ups and downs the way they played their offseason. You can't allow the fact that the fans were going to I felt it was uncomfortable watching that game. Now, the way that it was presented on television didn't help.
Sure.
ESPN showing Dart every single series, and the guy's got his helmet on over there. Was it a
Sunday Night Football?
Oh, they played Sunday night. All right, whatever. Sunday night, Monday night, whatever they played. They're showing them every single drive.
Yeah, the face paint and everything.
He looks like an idiot over there with half his face painted as if he's from the what was the movie?
Braveheart?
No, the football movie with the college guy, the program.
Oh, the program.
Yeah, the guy looks like a complete idiot over there with half his face painted. Yo, dude, you're the backup quarterback. Really? You got half your face painted for a game you're not even going to play in? Like, at that point there, that's what I'm like if I'm the Jets. The Giants, I'm like, all right, I'm out on this guy. He's got his face painted as if he's ready for warfare. I mean, what are we doing here? And then, I don't know. I'm just not a dark guy to begin with. And they're showing him like he's the savior over there. Like, when are they going to put this guy in the game? I don't know, Chris. He looks like he's ready to go. He's got a $1,500 chain on, so he must be ready to play. I mean, are you kidding me? With the necklace on that you're not even playing, dude. You're not even playing. Like, be reserved and wait your turn. Instead, this thing's turned into a disaster for them. So Jackson Dart's going to start on Sunday. And quite frankly, I don't see it going very well. Now, I could be completely wrong. I mean, I put him kind of – the only thing that I guess gives him a shot here is that he's mobile and he can at least keep some play. But it's not like Russell Wilson is statuesque back there.
No, Russell Wilson could move around. But again, that wasn't the problem. The problem wasn't Russ's mobility. The problem was the fact that the Giants are not a good football team.
Guys, Dart's an absolute stud. Giants got a steal, and this kid wasn't a reach at all. I disagree, but I digress.
Can you give us some more information, Texter? Like what leads you to feel that way? Because I would like to hear the other side. I am genuinely curious if someone thinks that this young man is a steal. That I would like to know what quantifies him being.
As I said, I could be right. He could be Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers sat there in the draft and fell all the way down to 26. Maybe he is Aaron Rodgers. Maybe he's awesome. I just not a big.
I just would like to know from that texter why they feel that way. That's all.
Don't know. Said he's an absolute stud in capital letters. Giants got a steal. Wasn't a reach. I didn't say it was a reach.
I said that.
I just said I wasn't a big fan of him in college.
I said it was a reach. You can blame me. It's fine. I'm the bad guy here.
And by the way, this is the problem. He might be awesome, but he's going to be up against the Chargers, and then he plays the Eagles twice. I know that coming up.
And then he plays the Broncos in between.
So he's not really set up to do well, and now all you're doing is getting him off to a start where, Tim Couch maybe was awesome. We'll never know. He got stuck playing in Cleveland where he got killed.
Yeah. So here's the upcoming schedule. So you mentioned the Chargers this week. Then they got the easy one you mentioned, which is New Orleans. Then it's home against the Eagles, at Denver, at Philadelphia, home against the 49ers.
Bosa's out. He's done for the year.
Yeah, but the 49ers are still a well-run defense. Like, you're basically telling this kid to fail.
Yeah, again, maybe he's going to be awesome. I'm just giving you my opinion.
I
don't think he's
going
to be very good
get killed
in the situation that he's in, is my point.
He
might be awesome somewhere else, but on this team right now, on this season, this is not the right time to put him out there.
No.
And maybe he is a stud. The point I'm making is sometimes you put a guy out there when it's not the right time, and that stunts his whole opportunity to grow because he goes into a spot where he's getting killed out there. He's going to get crushed out there against that. Their offensive line is terrible.
I feel like this is going to be a David Carr situation where the guy's going to try his best to play, and he's going to be playing on a team with a bad offensive line, and he's going to get crushed.
We also told you earlier today the ABS system is going to be entering baseball next season. So that's a story. By the way, there's a couple other texts here. Glenn and Epsika. What if Dart can play? He should have started the season anyway. What you got, Dart? I don't know what that means, but what if Dart can play? I'm not suggesting that he can or cannot play, all right? My opinion is wasn't a big fan of Dart at the draft. So I'm not like, oh, my God, this guy's the lifesaver. How can the Giants not be playing this guy? My point is this Giants team, is not very good.
Right.
So the offensive line's not very good. They don't have much of a running game. Obviously, you brought these veteran quarterbacks in here to start. That was the plan.
Correct.
When you drafted Dart, it wasn't to start.
Right.
So the plan was to draft a kid and then develop him and then hope that the team gets better by next season, and then the kid steps in after having a year of watching and learning and all that, much like Patrick Mahomes did. Much like, by the way, Donovan McNabb sat behind Doug Peterson
for half the year.
For almost more than half the year. It's not to say that McNabb wasn't better than Peterson. The Eagles knew that they were not ready for McNabb to play from Jump Street. So they started Doug Peterson. This is what the Giants looked like they were doing, but now they're pressured into a situation because they have mismanaged it.
Football history is full of guys who sat for either half a year or a whole year or two.
Aaron Rodgers sat for 3.
So did Jordan Love. I mean, guys sit all the time. Like, people act like you have to play the young quarterback. Says who? Says nobody, except for the fans. And you know what happens when you listen to the fans?
Is this a new joke? I don't know if I heard this one before. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. All right, a couple more. Mike, love your segment with Nick. You mentioned our current world and the obsession with winning it all. Question for you. How much more maligned would the Bills be today for losing 4 Super Bowls in a row than they were back when it happened? Chip from Lewis. I think they were maligned at the time. It's like time passed on, and people then looked back and said, that was pretty amazing that you went to 4 straight Super Bowls, even though you lost all 4.
I definitely remember them being criticized. I mean,
people were bored with them.
Today because
they were
of
like
social media.
done with them. We didn't want to see them anymore. Like when they got there that 4th time,
nobody
like,
wanted
Are
that
you kidding me?
I think at the time they said that was one of the least watched Super Bowls at the time because that was a game that people were like, oh, we got to see this again?
Yeah, I think that the people had Bills, and they got blown out in all the Super Bowls except for the first one.
Right.
Yeah. Mike, you and Adam are absolutely right. Perhaps the Eagles will flip the script. Last year, Week 5, they decided to become a run-first team. This year, they might revert and start passing more, which should certainly open up the run game. To your point, what's amazing about the Eagles, unlike any other team, is they can beat you in a variety of ways. I'm looking forward to the defense developing with the new guys getting more familiar with Vic and his scheme. 3-0, awesome. The Eagles are apex predators, Phil, for Brigantine. Yeah, I mean, I think as Kevin Batol, listen, he's a first-time play caller. People act like you're just going to walk into this and succeed right off the bat. I mean, Kellen Moore last year, who won the Super Bowl here and got himself a head coaching job based on the job that he did, he didn't come out like, wow, this guy's so innovative. And this is it took a while for him to kind of get his feel and kind of, there's a rhythm and a pattern to the play calling. We all act like we're playing John Madden football and you can just call plays because the guy you're playing against is a schmuck.
Well, also, let's not forget that, the first game of the year, the offense looked one way. The second game of the year, the offense looked completely different. And then when you're without Lane Johnson and A.J. Brown going into that Tampa game, it looked like the offense was nothing. And then during the bye week, remember the whole thing. Offensive lineman walking into the coach's room. We need to run the ball. Okay, we're running the ball. And then Saquon runs for 2,000 yards. Like, there is something to be said for the fact that last year was nowhere near perfect. So it doesn't mean that Patullo can't figure it out, but there's also nothing wrong with pointing out that Kevin Patullo needs to figure it out.
And, well, I don't think anybody would suggest it. No, he's doing a fine job. I think everybody should be. That's the problem. Rational people would just assume that, hey, he's done it 3 times. He's probably going to keep getting more comfortable and better. And if not, then he probably won't have a job. But to say he shouldn't have a job after 3 weeks is irrational.
Right, and that's where it's like, okay, we got to draw the line here.
Even the year that Brian Johnson was the coordinator, and he ended up getting fired, by the way,
they started the year 10-1.
They were 10-1, and statistically, they weren't a bad offense.
No.
So, we're just irrational, like that guy's text. What if you went to the Super Bowl 4 times and you lost all 4? People today would probably say you suck.
To which Browns fans would say, sign me up.
I think teams are game planning for the run because the Eagles don't throw the ball, which in turn opens up the pass game and makes it so the Eagles can do what they did yesterday at the Super Bowl. I think the Eagles, that's interesting because what was the famous line from Jalen Hurts? Is this what y'all wanted to see?
Right.
And it's like they can. We know they can do it. The frustrating part is that it sometimes takes someone to put you in the corner to pull it out of you.
Right.
Instead of saying, you know what, we're going to dictate the game. We're going to be the ones that dictate the style of the game.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think that this team is so reluctant and then they feel like they have to at some point?
Well, we heard what Dan Graziano said. I mean, he said this on Unsportsmanlike this morning, is the fact that they are reluctant to throw the ball based on the fact that they turned the ball over so much last year.
It goes back to 2023 and early part of last year when there were turnover issues when they were doing that. And they found success last year when they realized, hey, we have this monster offensive line. If we open holes for Saquon, he's got a chance to take it all 75 yards. Let's keep doing that. And it worked. And I think they have evidence in their history that if they lean too much on the passing game, Jalen Hurts is prone to a turnover or two.
So I think they are just playing the percentages for them. We win when we run the ball. And the funny part is, for years, people have said, you got to run the ball, you got to run the ball. There's people that stand outside the NovaCare Center, run the ball, run the ball, run the ball. So they are now running the ball, and now we're angry, and we want them to throw the ball.
Right. What is that thing? The bag of money is too heavy?
I just look at it like this. It's not like you have pedestrian weapons.
No.
You have elite weapons at all angles. So you can keep other teams on their toes. If other teams are saying, well, look, we know what the Eagles do. They like to run the ball. Then they game plan for you running the ball, which makes the situation that happened on Sunday come into play because they took the run away from you and you stubbornly kept trying to stick with it until you got backed up so much that you couldn't do anything but throw the ball.
I will say that the problem with the running the ball thing is that you go back and watch that game, you realize they kept running the same run play almost every time. They kept running the ball up behind the right guard and right tackle. It's like, could you try to run the left side? Could you try to run different formation? Could you do something? I think that's part of what frustrates people like me, Mike, is that it's not that I don't think Kevin Matullo can do a job. I just want to understand why you're running the same play again and again. Give me something else.
Well, it looks like the same play to us, but we don't know what the play call is.
Okay, maybe in the most literal sense we don't know, but I mean, whether you're watching a TV or the All-22.
Well, we've heard a lot, too. Adam was on earlier. John was on yesterday. They both, and Mosher as well, all three said the offensive line is not blocking with the same success that they did last year. They all mentioned Landon Dickerson right now is, going through a little bit with some injury stuff,
right,
and that he's not as dominant as he was. You do have a new right guard as well. On Sunday, you had a different right tackle, which anytime that Lane Johnson, now that didn't affect the run game, but you had Matt Pryor in the game earlier.
Correct.
So all these little things all start to add up. More guys in the box, more guys paying attention to your run game.
But I mean, is Dickerson being banged up really that much of an impact? Are we to say that Dickerson is that important to this O-line, that him being banged up is limiting them that much as a run game?
If you have one or two leaks on your offensive line, go around the league. I think the answer to that is pretty simple. Yes, I mean, most teams in this league have offensive line problems.
I know that, but what I'm saying is that what you're basically saying is, or at least suggesting, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you're suggesting is that this team is only going to be able to run the ball efficiently if everyone is 100% healthy.
I don't know if that's the case. I mean, I think it certainly will be, it will help to get the guys healthier. Remember, these guys don't play in the preseason at all.
Well, it's another part of the conversation. we know that these guys don't play in the preseason, so how many weeks do they need to get ramped up, warmed up, set up, calibrated? Is this like, hey, next week is week 4. This is the week we break out. Is it week 5? Is it week 6? I don't know.
If teams keep defending you this way, you're probably going to continue to. If you keep sticking to saying we're going to run the ball through hell or high water, and they're going to defend you like this, you're probably going to have some problems with it. You're going to have to at some point loosen it up a little bit by coming out first and throwing the ball and getting teams saying, all right, well, we can't put 8-9 guys in the box anymore. If you're going to, it's different if you're throwing the ball to pedestrian wide receivers. Like Kansas City, the Eagles are blitzing those guys because they just don't think anybody can get behind them.
Right.
They just aren't fearful of the weapons that Kansas City had in that game, so you can do so much more. You can't do that against Philadelphia. You go and start blitzing the house at this team, and you got A.J. Brown one-on-one. Well, guess what? That's not going to go so well. But, you get into these situations where you got 8-9 guys in the box, and then they're zoning you up. It makes it very cluttered in those areas. In an area where Jalen generally doesn't like to throw the ball over the middle of the field.
True, but like, for example, you mentioned about being cluttered up. There was that play on Sunday where you had 2 receivers basically within like a couple yards of each other, and the ball is thrown in that direction, and like both guys basically feebly try to go after the ball. And then you saw Smith and Dotson talking to each other, walking back to the huddle, and who knows whose fault was or wasn't, but is that maybe one of those examples of, hey, these guys didn't play all preseason. They don't really know where to be on the field yet.
Yeah, we got, many. Look, I think Petula has done a below average job so far in terms of the creativity in this offense. There's so much more that you could do with this team. That being said, it's very, very early in his progression as an offensive coordinator.
Right.
I'm not going to sit here and say, he's got to go. He's got to go. This guy can't do the job. They're 3-0. They're growing as an offense. He got a chance to see, hey, I can maybe unpeel some of the onion a little bit more. And I think as he kind of gets more comfortable with calling plays, the rhythm of doing it, there's a rhythm to it. There is a rhythm and feel of stuff like that. And I think you saw in the second half that he has it in him to kind of open things up. Now you just kind of blend them together a little bit more. And like I said, I think the Rams, to me, the Rams, Lions, Packers, those 3 teams, I like the Rams a little bit better than I like the Packers. The Lions last night certainly added a dimension to the conversation. I had the Rams as the biggest competitor in the NFC ahead of the Packers. I think the Lions, who lost to the Packers, so it's kind of hard to say they jumped over the Packers, but I think the Lions, much like the Eagles, have a new coordinator who's just kind of, hey, I got to get a feel for what I got and who I got and how this game kind of flows. Everything moves a lot faster on game day, so you got to have the chance to slow it down a little bit.
And I will say, to your point also about not playing the preseason, remember, they missed 1 game with Dallas Goedert. Dallas Goedert came back yesterday. Could maybe by the time we get to weeks 5 and 6, if everybody is healthy, maybe this offense starts going on a roll because now you finally have Brown, Smith, Goddard, and company all on the field at the same time.
Well, we'll see it all unfold right here on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN Eagles and Buccaneers. You can hear the coverage all on Sunday starting at noon with the pregame show. And, of course, Merrill and Mike have the call at 1 o'clock here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, it is this week's edition of Who's In, Who's Out, the 14 NFL playoff teams after 3 weeks of the season. How much has it changed? Stick around. Find out next. 531 Sports Bash. Who's in, who's out after 3 weeks? Any changes? Brought to you by Jenkins & Sons, Plumbing and Heating, HVAC, Plumbing, Drain Cleaning, 609-641-6262, jenkinsandsons.com. All right, who's in, who's out? 14 playoff teams. See who we got here. Got many changes this week?
I have at least one, looks like. Yeah, I have two. I have 2 changes from last week. But one of them is not, like, really shocking. The one I kind of feel forced to make.
Yeah, I don't have very many changes either. There's a lot of bad teams.
There's not just a lot of bad teams, but there's a lot of teams that, because of circumstances, are creating a dynamic where you're like, I don't even know what I do with some of these divisions.
A lot of injuries are clouding this as well. So you're kind of putting that into the mix of, like, how long are these injuries going to hamper these teams and make them, lack consideration for you?
Yeah, this really feels like a Star Wars narrative, but the future is clouded.
Yeah.
Young
All right.
Padawan.
Let's look at the who's in, who's out. Buffalo.
I mean, this one's easy. The first one's easy. The Bills are taking that division and running away with it.
Yep.
The North is where it gets difficult.
Yep. I got the Ravens still.
I made a change. I'm going Steelers. I am very concerned about the Ravens defense. Very concerned. I think the Steelers will eventually figure it out. So I got the Steelers win the division.
All right, you like the Steelers defense too.
I do. And they certainly allowed a lot less points than the Ravens defense have. With that 22 less points, yeah.
Last week, I made the change to the Colts. I'm sticking with the Colts.
Me too. I think the Colts are going to run with that division now.
Texans out.
Texans are not just out. The Texans are lost, dazed, and confused.
I've had the Chargers all season long. Staying with the Chargers.
Same.
This is where it really gets tough. I have no idea. I mean, you're just throwing darts at wild card teams now.
Not Jackson Dart.
No.
You put it right on the tee for
Not
me, Mike.
Jackson Dart.
You put it right on the tee, and I just hit it.
I like this. Somebody texted in saying that because he played in the SEC. I was like, yeah, because no SEC quarterback has ever struggled in the NFL. Then he proceeds to give me a list of, like, Peyton Manning, Joe Namath. I'm like, do you want me to give you a list of busts? I mean,
Tim Tebow,
Johnny
Danny
Manziel,
Warfel.
Danny Warfel, any Florida quarterback that's won.
Florida quarterback.
I mean, we can. Tim Couch.
We could do this all day.
I mean, Tim Couch was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. Went to an SEC school. He stunk. I mean, I get it. Yes, the SEC is the best conference. They have some good quarterbacks. Just because Jackson Dart played very well, by the way, in the SEC.
Yeah.
He was awesome. That doesn't mean.
Well, he wasn't awesome. Let's relax.
He led the league in, led the country in passing yardage.
Yeah. So did you know who led the country?
Just saying, like Johnny Manziel was the greatest college player some people ever saw. He was a Heisman Trophy winner. He couldn't play at this level.
No, he couldn't.
So just because you're good in the SEC doesn't mean.
By the way, you know who Johnny Manziel whooped multiple times? Nick Saban.
Same, yeah. Manziel was an awesome. Dart was an awesome college player. I'm giving him his flowers. He was an awesome college player.
We're not
in the
saying
SEC.
Dart stinks. We're just saying that for a young man, you're asking him to start against some of the best defenses in football. You could have given him an extra week.
Yeah, I'm not saying he stinks in terms of he's in a terrible situation. If he played someplace else, maybe he succeeds. In New York with the Giants, I think his opportunity to succeed and help that
Like,
team
for example,
is
if
less.
you told me that Jackson Dart was starting this Sunday for the Vikings, I would feel very differently.
Yeah, I think it's more circumstantial of where he ended up.
Exactly.
The New York Football Giants right now are not in position to groom a young player who may or may not be good. I think he's talented, but I don't think he's like the Giant fans are acting like this guy's going to save the franchise.
Right, and it's the vibe of you have a young man in New York in a major market with war paint on his face, with a huge necklace on his neck, and you're asking him in front of Giant fans to go against one of the 5 best defenses on football on Sunday.
Yeah, it's just a bad timing for him. Like, this is just a bad
The
spot for him.
optics are just bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even the optics. It's a tough spot for him as a guy who is not even like Caleb Williams if he went – and Caleb Williams, wasn't a big fan of him coming out of college either. He obviously has all the talent in the world, but he got put into a bad situation, and last year you saw him struggle because he was in a bad situation. He's starting to turn it around a little bit right now, but – I think Dart is in a worse situation.
Right.
He's in a worse situation than Williams was.
Which is why when we look at these AFC wildcard teams, it's a difficult decision because now you're trying to decipher between teams that are with losing records. You're trying to project who's going to win.
I have 2 teams with losing records. Actually, I think all 3 teams have losing records in my playoffs right now.
Same.
I've got Denver.
Me too.
I've got Kansas City.
Yep.
And I've got Pittsburgh.
I got Baltimore. I just swapped them.
Yeah. Pittsburgh's what, 1 and 2?
Pittsburgh's 2 and 1.
Oh, Baltimore's 1 and 2.
Baltimore's 1 and 2.
Yeah.
You were right though. You have to put teams in the postseason right now because here's the problem.
And I have the Texans out. I had them in last week as a wild card team.
Well, the Texans are 0 and 3, so no one can blame you for that.
No, I'm saying, but that's who's out this week. They were in last week for me. Now they're out. Now, the other, there's not even teams under consideration right now. Like, Jacksonville, are you ready to put them under consideration? Are we taking them serious?
It's hard to take them serious.
Other than that, are you taking the Raiders serious? Are you taking Cincinnati's 2 and 1? Neither one of us have them in there, but Burrow being out for as long as he is, I can't take them under.
And also, Jake Browning got blasted on Sunday. I mean, that guy looked – Brian Flores basically said – you do not belong in the NFL. I'm going to prove it.
Yeah, there's just the AFC right now. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams that have a winning record, and one of those teams is Jacksonville, and the other one's Cincinnati.
Yeah.
So 2 of the 6 teams that have a winning record, I don't even see as playoff teams.
Nuts.
Yeah.
NFC?
All right, let's go to the NFC. Eagles.
Yes, sir.
Packers.
Yes, sir.
Buccaneers.
Of course.
Rams.
49ers.
Okay, you're sticking with the Niners.
I'm sticking with the Niners, yes.
Yeah.
They're 3-0, man. I know Bosa's injured, but listen, man, I think this 49ers team has a level of resilience. You're seeing the last 2 weeks. They'll figure it out. I have faith.
All right. I have, let's see, wild card, sorry.
Yes. I'm assuming you have the 49ers, one of your wild cards?
I have Commanders.
Me too.
Lions.
Yep.
Minnesota out. Niners.
There you go. Welcome to the dark side.
I've had the Niners in last week.
Did you?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Niners in. I had
well, you had the Vikings last week. So who's
Vikings out. No, Vikings I had in with the Lions. I flipped them.
Oh, you flipped those two. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
So I got Minnesota out, Lions in.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put the Lions in as well.
Actually, no, I had the Lions in last week, Minnesota out. So my 3 wild cards are the same. Commanders, Lions, Niners.
Okay, well, I put the Lions in.
Yeah.
The team that I took out, and I even hate saying it this way, but it's like I kind of had hope for Minnesota. Not that I don't think they could, but is Carson Wentz going to be able to do that for the next 3 weeks?
I don't know what to think of Carson Wentz. They do have weapons there. Their offensive line is better than it's been. One of the problems in the past is the Vikings' offensive line has always been a disaster, but it's a little bit better. I mean, they played Cincinnati, whose defense we know is terrible. So, I don't know. Carson, they're going to Dublin this week, right?
They're going to Dublin. Yeah. Dublin this.
They're
but
playing
also,
the Steelers.
They're staying over. They have back-to-back weeks international.
Yeah.
So, I guess we're going to find out real quickly how serious the Vikings are. But guess what? KOC, he was on Pat McAfee's show today. He said that they look at Carson Wentz like a point guard. He says as long as Wentz plays like a point guard, they'll be good. So is Carson Wentz going to be able to be a point guard? Is he going to be able to be a guy who says, I don't need to be a playmaker?
Yeah. I think, Wentz could for a couple of weeks. And they said he should be, 3 weeks, or he should be back McCarthy by week 5.
They're saying they're hopeful, yeah, because apparently the ankle sprain is healing well.
Yeah, but my point is Wentz doesn't have to play a long term here.
Right,
I
it's not
think
Jake
Wentz
Browning.
can probably hold the fort down for now. They're playing Pittsburgh this week, and this is a big game for both those teams.
Right.
Early season, these games are crazy because you're looking back, because all these teams are like 10-7, 9-8, and it's like all these games are just bunched up later on in the year where you're looking at tiebreakers and you're thinking, man, how do we just get through a couple weeks without our quarterback? And they won last week with Wentz, but of course they played.
They didn't just win; he went nuts.
Well, they're playing Jake Browning.
I mean,
Daniels back this week.
Jaden.
Yeah,
they're saying they're hopeful he is.
Okay,
they're being precautionary.
so
with
you
him.
win a game without him. That's big.
That's huge,
big time.
And by the way, Mariota looked.
They
good.
got a lot of injuries this week, though.
Yeah,
looks like
McLaurin's got the
McLaurin's not
quad
going to play.
injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to pay for that. I'm sure somebody in my fantasy league is texting me about that right
You got
now.
McLaurin out. The running back situation's a mess there. They've all sorts of injuries, and that's just on the offensive side of the ball that they got problems.
I would like to know: does Washington make a trade? Could they maybe find one of these teams that's falling apart right now? Like you look at the standings, some of these teams they could be sellers, right? Is maybe a team like.
I don't know because everything, especially the AFC, everybody's so there's like I said, they got 6 teams with a winning record in the AFC. In the NFC, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You got 10 teams in the NFC with a winning record.
Two different worlds.
Right now, the Saints are 0-3 and the Giants are 0-3. They're the only 2 teams without a win in the NFC. Everybody else, if you're in Chicago. Based on the way you played last week against Dallas, all right, do you think hey, we've kind of stabilized our season a little bit?
They can think so, but I don't.
Because in the who's in, who's out, I don't have Minnesota in, they're 2-1. Don't have Arizona in, they're 2-1. Don't have Seattle in, they're 2-1. Are any of those teams under consideration?
I think Seattle has to be just because of their defense. I think Seattle's defense is going to be the elixir for them this year. No offense to Sam Darnold, but I don't know if Darnold's going to maintain productivity week in and week out.
Dallas, obviously, their defense is a disaster. There's only one team in the NFC that's given up more points than Dallas.
Chicago.
That is correct. This week, let's take a look at MVP. Josh Allen's the favorite, plus 250. Lamar Jackson, plus 300. Justin Herbert, plus 500. Jordan Love, plus 1,600. Jalen Hurts, plus 1,600.
I like that Herbert one.
Jaden Daniels, plus 1,700. How about Baker Mayfield, plus 1,800?
Ooh, that's a juicy one. And guess what? If Mike Evans injured, for those who don't know, Mike Evans is injured. He won't be playing this Sunday. If the Bucs can win the next few weeks without Mike Evans, and they keep going on a run, and Baker's putting up numbers, Baker could easily keep elevating up those MVP numbers.
Yeah. Baker's interesting. They got great weapons, but no Evans this week, it looks like.
Yeah.
I love the Tampa Bay offense because, much like the Eagles, but different because.
Very different.
But they have the consistency of the same group of guys for the third season going now.
The biggest difference is that you can tell that they kind of tell Baker Mayfield to let loose a little more often.
Well, they are based on him, and they're like the opposite. They lean on Baker more, and then Bucky Irving when they need they kind of flip it when the
correct.
They kind of go the opposite way. All right, don't forget Bucks Eagles Sunday 1:00 right here 97.3 ESPN. Tonight Flyers hockey on 97.3 ESPN. So this is the second preseason game. They are taking on the Montreal Canadiens. Michkov scored a goal in his first game. And obviously you already see the difference in the power play situation. Michkov's kind of running point on the power play out there. So you got a whole different kind of feel around this Rick Tocchet team. We'll see, if the Flyers can get something going this year. I think they still lack that. The goalie tandem is just not strong enough, in my opinion.
The goalie is the biggest problem, and I've told people I was so unimpressed when they brought in Vlader. I was like, why did you spend all? They spent more money on that guy than any other team spent on their goaltenders offseason. Like, why did you spend the money on that guy? Like, I just feel like you.
Well, they
could
needed
have-
a major upgrade to the backup goalie. That's obvious. Now, was he the right one?
Right.
That's
my
You
point.
could certainly ask that question. But it was pretty apparent they couldn't go back with what they had.
No, Fedotov and all those guys, it wasn't doing the job. He ain't even here anymore. So
Yeah, by the way, Carson Wentz will start for the Vikings in Week 4. J.J. McCarthy, they're saying, may not immediately find himself back in the lineup upon returning to full health.
oh boy, here we go. Let the drama begin.
Maybe.
Hey man, listen.
I'll tell you what, the
I will-
Vikings'
yeah.
defense is very good.
Yes. And by the way, you know who played great last week?
Yeah.
How about
Isaiah
former
Rodgers.
Eagle Isaiah Rodgers?
Well, he had an interception return for a touchdown, then a fumble recovery for a touchdown.
And did you see that one tackle he had in the open field? I mean, he leveled Higgins. Higgins was like, "What just hit me?"
According to your guy, Rob Motti, by the way, Mike Evans, 4 weeks, it looks like, depending on
Ooh.
how it responds to treatment. So he will not play in the game on
Well,
Sunday.
Rob is down there in Tampa. He knows all those people. So
Yep. All right. So we'll keep an eye on all the injury stuff there on the Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Flyers hockey coming up at 7 o'clock tonight on 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, we'll get that Phillies lineup to you one more time and some final thoughts. By the way, some big news in the baseball world. Find out next. All right, getting ready to get out of here. Tonight, it's a busy Tuesday. Phil's back in action tonight. The Phillies lineup brought to you by Instant Services. Bader, Schwarber, Bohm, Marsh, Real Muto, Kepler, Wilson, Stott, Kemp. Harper's sick, so he is out of the lineup tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Harper, apparently it's his turn to be sick.
So he is sick tonight, and he should be back tomorrow, I would imagine.
Yeah, take some extra vitamin C, drink some Gatorade, you'll be good.
Just don't take any Tylenol, buddy.
I was not expecting that.
So no Harper tonight. You'll get Otto Kemp's over at first base. Christopher Sanchez starts tonight for the Phillies at Citizens Bank Park. It's the final 2 series of the season. They'll play tonight, and they'll play the Marlins in this series, and they have the Twins this weekend to kind of wrap up. The big news in baseball today: the ABS system will be in place starting next season for every game full time. Each team will get 2 challenges, and the way that they'll do it is they'll touch your hat, the pitcher, the catcher, or the batter. And nobody can tell you to challenge it. It can only be if you yourself make the decision. So starting next year, the ABS system is being implemented into Major League Baseball. Big baseball news from earlier today. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson waived, I should say, by the Houston Texans. And by the way, the Eagles cannot re-sign him even if they wanted to for at least 4 games. He has to sit out, or he can't come back to the team that traded him. So you cannot bring him back, but that's not happening anyway.
It's a 6-month window. Is that why it is?
There you go. All right, that'll do it for me. Coming up next, Best of the Sports Bash Hour. Tomorrow, we're live at Maynard's in Margate. Stop out and see us on tomorrow's show. Q Myers, Mike Greenberg, Greenies on tomorrow's show. Have a great night, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Flyers hockey tonight at 7 o'clock.